Yeah, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today here at Perdu for the second edition of Studio Encounters on Water. It's part of the Climate Imaginaries at Sea Festival, as you all know. My name is Sabine Niederer. I work as Professor of Visual Methodologies at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences and as Program Manager of ARIAS, which is a platform for artistic research in Amsterdam. Well, it's an honor to welcome you here, and I'll give a little bit of an introduction on today's program, briefly. But first, let me give you a little bit of context for those who are unaware. And that is about Climate Imaginaries at Sea, the larger program. So about a year and a half ago, Patricia de Vries, maybe wave, Professor of Art and Spatial Praxis at Gerrit Rietveld Academy, Laura Cull, who's already on stage, Professor of Theatre and Dance at AHK, and I started a project to foreground artistic research in the face of the climate crisis. And with support from NWA's Arts Route and the Center of Expertise for Creative Innovation, we developed 3 artistic research studios, each with an urgent perspective that we felt was often overlooked. Laura and her lectorate started developing and hosting a studio on Global South and indigenous perspectives and invited artists and researchers, including Amanda Pina, Joy Brandsma, and Dorothy Blokland, and partners such as the Villa Zapacara Children's Museum in Suriname. Patricia started working on the studio for material research with her team, and artist Müge Yilmaz joined to work on her research project SALT, and she involved the departments of architecture and textile. And at the Visual Meth Collective, I always say Visual Methodologies Collective at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences, we set up the studio on interspecies inquiry and started working with Carlo De Gaetano, Janine Armin, and Femke, Dekker, Loma, Loom as the affiliated artists. Now, the 3 studios have conducted artistic research, worked with students, organized workshops for external publics, and hosted exchange moments across studios, which we refer to as studio mixers, a place where the different artists can encounter each other, share practices, share readings sometimes, and methods. And today maybe can be seen as a super mixer, where they encounter each other and us and our special guests, more about whom later. And we can all learn and reflect together, maybe on artistic research for Climate Imaginaries. Now, a festival is larger than this event alone. Some of you may have already been to Braadwolf projects. Can I see some hands? Oh, not bad. Well, those of you who haven't made it there yet, there's an exhibition on this week. And we have this afternoon, we will launch our second zine publication, Making Waves, the second edition, at Vox Pop. There's also at 5:30 at the same venue an opening of a student exhibition, Salexis, with work from the students from Rietveld Academy, more about which later. And we have a concert on Thursday evening at Tolhuistuin by Leanne, Betasamosake, Simpson. And on top of all of that, as if it's not enough, there's also a Climate Imaginaries podcast now available on Spotify. I can recommend it, if that's allowed, but I can. So about today, exactly 1 year ago, we were here to kick off the program here at Perdu. And today we're 1 year in, and we take this time to look back at the journey that led us here. And we also look ahead because the program will continue. This is sort of a moment in time. And with the support of aforementioned sponsors, and also the Sprong program, Imagination in Transition, we are able to continue our research, the artistic research to envision just and inclusive climate futures by challenging existing binaries between nature and culture, water and land, and humans and animals. Now, today, this is the program. We start with a keynote by our special guest, Leanne, Betasamosake Simpson, who is doing a residency at AHK at the moment. AHK, Amsterdam University of the Arts. Then a lunch break. Well, of course, with respondent Mikki Stelder. Then a lunch break. Then we have presentations by the 3 artistic research studios. Another break, and then some special guests. We have guest presentations by, among others, as you can see, Loom Collective. And I highlight them because they will join the Material Research Studio at Rietveld Academy next month. And today they'll present what they have been working on and their first ideas of what they will work on during their residency at Rietveld. But first I would like to invite Ruby Hoette to the stage. She's director of Sandberg Institute and the new chairperson of the board of ARIAS, Platform for Research Through the Arts and Sciences. So please give her a big hand. Ruby.
Thank you, Sabine, for a generous introduction, and welcome everyone. It's my very great pleasure to be here to open this event. You've given an introduction, an overview of the kind of background of the project, and mentioned, of course, artistic research. So I just wanted to return to that in my role at the Sandberg and also as the new chair of ARIAS. I was looking at the ARIAS website. How do we describe or talk about what artistic research is? And on the ARIAS website, there's a small description of it as ways of knowing. And it says, artistic research brings with it an embrace of particular ways of knowing and of thinking about knowledge. And it's therefore more about enacting processes of knowing than it is about the accumulation of knowledge. It uses a diverse range of approaches and methods from, for example, science, arts, and social embodied practices. As such, artistic research problematizes the demand for knowledge production by entering and generating different ways of knowing as spaces for thinking. And this was a nice place to begin, I think, in terms of just understanding what is being generated through the project and how we might think about what artistic research is. But what it also does, this description, I think, makes clear that artistic research in some ways evades specific definition or being defined concretely. And I see this as being at the very core of its strength and its potential and indeed its importance. It means that collaboration and exchange is really crucial for dialogue and for understanding and pushing the boundaries of what this artistic research is and can be. And we can see this coming to fruition in the partnerships that make up the Climate Imaginaries project. As you've mentioned, it brings together the different perspectives from the Gerrit Rietveld Academy, the Lectorate in Art and Spatial Practice, the Lectorate of Academy of Theatre and Dance at the Amsterdam University for the Arts, and the Visual Methodologies Collective at Amsterdam University for Applied Sciences. And of course, all of the artists' contributions, organisers, project managers, and people that have contributed in different ways. And I think what emerges from the application and the understanding of artistic research are the opportunities and methods to use our whole bodies to think and to generate and support other ways of being in the world. And most importantly, artistic research offers the space to feel amidst the complex and frightening state of the world right now. And this, in my humble opinion, is what is urgently needed. I hope you can enjoy today and feel. I'm sorry I can't be with you for the rest of the program, but I think there's going to be some really special moments. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Nearly survived the introduction round I'm the last introduction of an introduction. My name's Laura Cull Ó Maoilearca. I'm the lecturer for the Academy of Theatre and Dance within Amsterdam University of the Arts. And I'm just here to introduce Leanne Betasamosake Simpson, who is our artist in residence for the next week. And we're delighted that she's been with us already for 1 week, and I recognize some familiar faces in the audience who've already joined us for the wonderful events we've had so far. So already a lecture from Leanne on land as pedagogy, and a beautiful exchange about land-based learning and anti-colonial arts and research. Then we had a second event, a roundtable around Indigenous artists in Europe, which was also a really beautiful discussion. And then this week, it's a full-on week for Leanne, so we're really appreciative of her work here today. Will be followed by an event tomorrow at Framer Framed on the connections between Palestinian and Indigenous struggle, and then, as Sabine mentioned, a concert on Thursday at Toll House Town, where Leanne will be performing from her album Theory of Ice, which uses her poetry and text as the lyrics for some beautiful music, together with musician Nick Ferrier. So please do join us for that if you would like to. I don't think Leanne needs much introduction. I assume you're here partly because we appreciate so much her work. So books such as We Have Always Done, novels such as Nupaming. Partly what's so inspiring, I think, for all of us is the way that Leanne works across so many different areas. So in academic research and writing, in activism, in poetry, in novels and music. All beautiful work, and particularly we were so excited to discover that her new project is particularly exploring water and relationships to water, which is what she's going to speak to us about today. Leanne, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Bojo, Kinuaya, Gidagavijuna Danawema, Kinagachi Nishnabek Ogaming Nadonjaba, Nagojawanime Guadoda, Betasamosake, Nadijnakas. I'm so grateful to Laura for inviting me here and for being with all of you this morning. I am Mikki Stedler in Ishnabek. Mikki Stedler means at the mouths of many rivers. And those rivers in my homeland drain into Lake Ontario. Our territory is in central Ontario, and I live between the cities of Toronto and Ottawa in Canada. I'm working right now on 3 new projects, so everything is a work in progress, and I've been thinking a lot about artistic research. I've been engaged in a lot of artistic research. And so I think what I'm going to present today, I hope it resonates with you, and it's at a really good stage in these projects to be sharing kind of my thoughts and having a discussion about what that can mean. Theory of Water is a nonfiction work that is set for publication in 2025, and it picks up in some ways from the last chapter of Rehearsals for Living, my book with Robin Maynard, thinking through what we can learn from water. And I'm going to share a few excerpts from that book today. I want to start gently because I want to acknowledge that we're in a pretty awful moment right now. The ongoing genocide in Gaza has destroyed families and hospitals and schools and waterways and homes and communities in Palestine. We are seeing students all over the world mobilizing and being arrested for solidarity actions. There are ongoing genocides in Sudan and Congo. Climate collapse and all of the grief and anxiety that goes along with that is something that we're facing as well. I know that as artists and writers, we have particular responsibilities to speak out and make meaning out of the present, and that's a very difficult responsibility to carry, particularly for those that are close and that belong to the places that are the target of this catastrophic violence. Theory of water refuses the settler colonial state and all the violences that go into maintaining that state, and it looks towards water as a collaborator to dream, to build, and to make worlds where, as Ruth Wilson Gilmore says, life is precious. Where Palestinian life is cherished, where Jewish life is cherished, where Indigenous and Kashmiri and Tibetan and Muslim and Black life are cherished, where queer life is cherished, and where we all care for the planet that sustains us. Theory of water is concerned with building worlds where the violence of capitalism, heteropatriarchy, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Blackness, and colonialism are unthinkable. So this is a picture of my homeland. It's actually an urban park about 3 blocks from where I live. And this is the same park in the winter. Excerpt 1 is an origin story, and this story was told to me by Doug Williams, the elder I worked with for several years from Curve Lake First Nation. I've heard him tell it orally 100 times, and I also helped him write it down in his book, which is called Michishaki Kinishnabek, This Is Our Territory. Doug starts the story with Joy Manado and a dream they had. Joy Manado is a benevolent energy that loves us all, that loves all living things unconditionally. Joy Manado doesn't have a gender or is all genders at once. It's the equivalent of a Christian God or a creator, but it's also not the equivalent of that at all. In this story, the precursor to life, to world making, wasn't only a dream or a vision or an intention of something better. It was love. Not the fleeting romantic kind, but a deep practice of care, hope, truth, and kindness, a loving anyway. In my language, Joem is an unconditional love as a practice, as an organizing force, as an ethic of caring. It's love as a communal practice that is not bound up in the individual, an ethic that is animated in our relations and propels practices of kindness, generates empathy and systems of care for all the forms of life that make up our particular world. So in the beginning, there was love and there was a dream. In the next part of Doug's story, he writes that the earth happened and everything was created instantly and everything was beautiful. This went on for a long time. In Anishinaabe-Moan, we call it Kina B'Marazuin. Everyone was kind. But this peace didn't last. And one day, everything started to go very wrong. Everything died off and no one knew why. He says, it could be that life is actually not easy to keep. It could be that life is fragile. It could be that in making life, we don't always get it right. It could be that in isolation, no individual or community has the knowledge we need to make worlds. It could be that world making is struggle. Most things died off. All of the earthbound life died and was gone. Only the sun and the water was saved. This bothered Joy Manado, and they were upset. This resonates with me sitting on the edge of climate collapse, apartheid, genocide, and overwhelming world endings. I'm imagining indigiqueer Joy Brandsma in the sky world, scrolling on their phone, watching Netflix in a bed under a weighted blanket, feeling bothered because the place that they had created had got into trouble. But Joy Brandsma doesn't stay in this place for very long. The spirits that lived in the sky went to Joy Brandsma and they asked if they could help. The first time Joy Brandsma created the world, they did it alone, and it didn't work. Joy Brandsma was in no state to go back to the earth and start recreating, so when help was offered, they agreed. They asked another spirit who was different in character and work than themselves to try. They asked Gijigokwe, or Sky Woman, to go down to the earth to see if creation could be repaired. Gijigokwe's work was not easy. The first time she tried, her 2 children died. Something was not working quite right for Joy Brandsma's dream. It wasn't coming together. Gijigokwe went back to the sky world to visit with Joy Brandsma and to try to figure out what happened. I imagine the 2 felt a deep despair, having both tried and failed. They were now both grieving, perhaps stuck in the fog of bereavement, unable to see clearly. In the meantime, back on Earth, a great flood happened, covering the earth with water, washing over and nurturing the land, and changing the physical surface of the earth. Nibi, which is water in my language, saw the problem and did the work that only they could do in hope that it might move things along. Nibi didn't have to act. Nibi was thinking beyond themselves and beyond their responsibilities. Nibi was living in kindness, witnessing and empathizing with the struggle of both Joy Brandsma and Gijigokwe. They were witnessing and listening beyond themselves towards a new collectivity. They listened and they responded to the present moment. Within Anishinaabe world-making, water is crucial. For humans, we first exist in a water world, a world that meets our needs and where we learn what it feels like to be safe. Water that I breathe in becomes a constituent that makes up most of my body. Water that I breathe out becomes part of someone else's body. Water travels the world over, moving easily through land, air, soil, rock, and body. Said in another way, Nibi continually violates the home spaces of everything on the planet. It might take a very long time, but water always escapes the container. Nibi reminds us that we can build all the enclosures we want, including our own bodies, but there are world-making forces building and maintaining the planet that are planetary and beyond us. In fact, if water is enclosed, they work away, seemingly gently, incredibly persistent and unsuspecting until the enclosure is eroded away and an undercut or an arch or a hole appears as chasm and rupture. Nibi never gives up. They keep at it in the beginning where it seems absolutely impossible, through the years of seeing no progress to the point where they think they might be imagining or wishing a transformation, through the hopelessness of incremental change until finally, after everyone but Nibi has given up, across an incomprehensible time frame for living things, a miraculous rupture. Perhaps world-making is a practice of communal struggle. Joy Brandsma and Gijigokwe continued their visit in the sky world. They comforted each other. Joy Brandsma encouraged and told her not to give up, to keep trying. Gijigokwe eventually makes the decision to go back to the earth and try again. She encounters Nibi's flood, a catastrophic upheaval that has left the world in a completely different place than when she was last there. Here is the world. It's only water. There is no land. There is no land back because there are no homelands. There are no humans. In time, Gijugo found animals in the water that had survived the flood because they could swim or fly. Loons, beavers, muskrats. Mikanak, or snapping turtle, came to the surface and offered Gijugo a place to land and rest. The animals Gijugo found needed help. They needed care. They also needed a place to rest because they had been swimming or flying endlessly for days. Maybe they weren't even thinking of making a world at this point. Maybe they were only thinking of caring for the ones that were near exhaustion. Maybe they worked together to meet the material needs of their immediate community, which was a place to rest. Each being giving up what they could to support the others. Gijugo rested on the back of a turtle with beavers, muskrats, and other animals, a communal place of refuge. Over time, Gijugo noticed the design on the turtle's back. She ran her finger around the rim of the shell and felt its meaning. 13 parts in the middle, 28 parts around the edge. She felt its meaning because her body cycled each moon, and her body's practice of cycles enabled her to see the moon cycles on the turtle's back. The turtle's shell was a map, 13 moons, 13 months, 28 days each. Turtles still carry that map today, as does the moon, as do people who menstruate. The turtle was showing her that what was missing in Joy Brandsma's previous design was cycling and renewal. Not even Joy Brandsma is perfect, because the job of Joy Brandsma isn't perfection. The job of Joy Brandsma is unconditional love. After a while, the loon, a bird that could swim and float, offered to dive to the bottom. The loon was gone for a long time and finally floated to the surface, drowned. The loon had tried so hard, it died trying. Same with the otter, same with the beaver. Next came the muskrat, same thing. Tried too hard and floated to the surface. But when the muskrat floated to the surface, Gijugo noticed they had a handful of earth. She put that handful of earth onto the turtle's back, and it grew into mountains, streams, lakes, then into clouds, wind, rain, trees, and beautiful animals. This world was created. Sometimes there is a larger benefit to others in plowing through. Gijugo went back to the sky world, and she became the moon. She became the one to watch over and regulate the cycles needed to bring forth more life on Earth. Her form cycles, and she visually reflects through her phases the cyclical nature of the universe. Some people call her grandmother, others Dibigizis, the night sun. We were given the responsibility of Minobamadzuin, of living in a way that contributes to a continuous rebirth of all the living things on the planet. We were given the responsibility to not remake the world, but to fit into the complex networks of interconnection and interdependence of the ecosystems that make up the planet. That was the first excerpt, and this is the second. Jackson Creek is a creek down the street from where I live in Peterborough, Ontario. It flows into the man-made Little Lake and then into the Otonabee River and eventually into Lake Ontario. There is a 4.5 kilometer trail alongside the creek that I run on in the spring and summer and fall, and in the parts of the winter, I skate ski on it. Jackson Creek is by most accounts an unremarkable urban creek, I imagine, much like every other urban creek in North America, and it is the body of water that I spend the most time with every day. Today, the creek is beginning to freeze after the first big snowstorm of the winter brought nearly 30 centimeters of snow to us. I was up early today on the snowmobile doing passes along this trail, compacting the heavy, wet snow so that possibly tomorrow another driver could attach the groomer. I started helping groom the ski trail a year ago during one of the pandemic winters. I volunteered at first just to keep my snowmobile skills up when I'm in the south, so that when I return to work in the north, I don't have to relearn how to drive the sled every time. Grooming certainly helped with that, but those technical skills were eclipsed by something else. Nearly every day, the snow was slightly different along the trail at Jackson Creek. I became drawn to the process of sintering. When a snowflake falls from the sky and lands on the earth, it immediately begins, or perhaps continues, a transformation as it forms bonds at temperatures below zero, so this isn't a freezing process or melting process, with its neighboring snowflakes or crystals to create the fabric of a snowpack. Sintering is a joining process, a transformative communal process that creates a fabric of former snowflakes bonded to one another. It is the process of changing from a singular, angular snowflake to a more rounded form in formation of bonded crystals or a snowpack, a denser, more compact, linked formation. As the snow sinters, it settles and becomes denser, stronger, and saggier under the influence of gravity. Sintering is slow deformation. Groomers pay attention to sintering because there is nothing like skiing along a well-groomed trail of packed snow. It feels like you're flying. As a groomer, there are lots of other factors that influence the sintering process: temperature, humidity, the time of day, the weather, who is using the trail and how. I think of none of those things each morning I'm on the snowmobile. I think only of this idea that the first thing a snowflake does when it falls to land from the sky world is to join bonds, actual physical bonds, with its neighbors. It weaves itself into its new environment in a way that doesn't destroy its neighbors. Sintering is bonding, building coalitions with your neighbors. Those coalitions mean that the packed, sintered snow on the trail has staying power, and it remains long after spring has melted the snow around it. Snowflakes, in their own right, are also fascinating to me. I understand from snow scientists that they start out as a single nucleated dust particle that attracts water droplets that in turn freeze and accrete into crystal form. The temperature and humidity in the sky world mold this into a complex shape as it moves through the atmosphere. No two are the same, and they act en masse and in commune to form magnificent storms, upheavals, and blankets. Excerpt 3, Speaking to Your Mother. I do not have day, and I do not have moonlight. I do believe in time. I do believe in water. That's a quote from Dionne Brand from her epic poem Nomenclature. In 1991, Rebecca Belmore made a 2-meter wide wooden megaphone in response to the so-called Oka crisis, a Mohawk uprising to defend their sacred pines and a burial ground from becoming an 18-hole golf course outside of Montreal, Quebec, in Canada. She wanted people to address the land directly, much like our ancestors had, and to experience political protest as poetic action. Over the next few years, Belmore traveled with the piece, setting it up on reserves, at shorelines, at sacred places and sites of resistance. Along the way, she often slept beside it in her van. In Anishinaabe-Moan, the piece was called Ayumi Ewach Omamamoan, translated into English as speaking to their mother. And as she traveled, the piece became an instrument invoking a sort of gathering space for Indigenous people to amplify our voices and to speak directly to the land. our old people, Rebecca's and mine, had and have an intimate relationship with the land and the water. They spoke to the sun in the mornings and to the moon at night as cherished relatives. They visited with water lilies and Labrador tea before they picked them to make medicine. They prayed to the ones that had passed on to the spirit world, and they prayed to the spiritual beings that lived in their worlds. They spoke with and dreamed of beavers and muskrats before they harvested them. They made offerings to the whitefish before setting nets and to the lakes and rivers for safe passage. They were in constant dialogue with the living things that made up their world, which is saying something because the Anishinaabe are not known as chatty people. Many Anishinaabe still do this while harvesting or making medicines or in ceremony. For many of us, the sound waves of our voices, vibrations made from the instrument of our body, are an affecting force in the universe. It is within this context that I understand Ayumiye Wacho Mamamoen. At first, Balmore installed the piece on the land, outside of the gallery, outside of the confines of the so-called white box, and into the network of living things that contain the potentiality of Indigenous peoples. In this way, the performance installation became a gathering site, a communal meaning-making project in a space that generates knowledge. Ayumiye Wacho Mamamoen placed bodies within the relationality of land and water and asked us to relate through sound and listening. Looking back at the photographs and videos from the first journeys of Ayumiye Wacho Mamamoen, I get a strong sense of how the piece brought people together. At Fort William First Nation, facing Lake Superior, and at the Wiggins Bay blockade in northern Saskatchewan, the piece is surrounded by friends, families, children, and elders. There are fires and visiting, the sharing of food and stories as people took turns speaking through the megaphone. People were readily embracing the piece, speaking their hearts and minds, their bodies and voices becoming the piece and the multiple meanings it generated. Searching the internet, there are only a few recordings of what Indigenous people said into the megaphone. And looking back now, this is a lovely part. Possibly because Ayumiye Watch was born in the 1990s, where we didn't record everything all the time on our phones. The thousands of conversations were private and between the speakers, those gathered at the time, and the universe. Rehearsed, unrehearsed, in English and Anishinaabe in song and prayer, the things that were said and the things that were unsaid, the demotic accounting of lives, a collective accounting of a present moment. That the point of the piece was not just the content of the speeches or even the megaphone itself as a piece of conceptual art, but that the meaning was made through the practice of speaking and listening, through traveling the land, bringing people together to engage in the practice of speaking and listening to non-human forms of life on reserves, in towns and cities, and at sites of Indigenous land reclamation. When I look at the piece now, I think back to the circumstances that led Balmore to be compelled to build a megaphone so that our ancestors and our relatives could hear our voices above the noise of capitalism. I think of the importance of finding words, of speaking, and of deep listening in our present moment. While the relevance of Ayumiye Watch Omamamoan still resonates today, the work gave birth to siblings in 2017 in a series called Wave Sound. Revisiting and inverting the concept of the megaphone, Balmore made 4 sculptures varying in shape and form to amplify the sound of water at the shoreline. The sculptures were installed in Banff, Alberta, at Gros Morne National Park in Newfoundland, and in Anishinaabe territory at Pakasa and Georgian Bay. Instead of inviting us to speak, though, Balmore was inviting us to listen. Wave sound is an invitation to gather at the shore, sit down, and use our bodies to hear wind, rock, sand, maybe even mosquitoes, and the durational rhythm of waves. I don't look at wave sound, although I could because it is aesthetically stunning. Instead, I become enmeshed in wave sound, placing my body on the land to quiet, to listen beside Nibby, to listen through Nibby, to listen with Nibby. A being that changes from liquid to solid to gas, that travels the sky world, the underground, and inside and outside of my body, an ancient formation of molecules that has been the same since the beginning of this world. A fugitive that erodes and escapes containment, and that one that we simply cannot live without. My ancestors spoke to their ancestors through the sound of rushing water. It is one of the many reasons that hydro dams, interpretive centers, and lift locks are so irritating to us, because they close off those channels of communication. The sound of rushing water is a sort of portal to another world. These waves of energy where human hearing gets altered were often places where spiritual beings lived or where certain events happened. Those sounds of water moving were also normalized, so normalized that the idea that Belmore would have to stop us, remind us, and amplify the sounds so we could hear them would be startling to my ancestors. I quiet, I listen. Through these rehearsals, wave sound amplifies the voices of water to cut through the noise of colonialism. It works in concert with my great-grandparents praying and carrying water, and with those yet to be born to become a practice. Together with my cochlea and auditory nerve, my mind and heart, wave sound transforms from instrument to belonging as Nibby, Belmore, and all the life she has gathered work alongside me to generate meaning and inspire new worlds. And so I take Belmore's invitation seriously. After years of pandemic, amplified fascism, freedom convoys, dying glaciers, misdiagnosis, police killings, children alone in cages at borders, open-air prisons for entire people, as we are witnessing genocide, all in the name of racial capitalism, I'm asking myself, what does it mean to, as Belmore asks us, listen to water? What does it mean to, as Brandt asks us, believe in water? Excerpt number 4. In November of 2021, in the midst of the fourth wave of COVID-19 in Canada, Dion Brand's A Map to the Door of No Return was miraculously enacted as a ceremony, a gathering site, a traveling place, a celebration, and a course, of course, as a mapping and an unmapping by a brilliant formation of artists and writers thinking alongside and practicing waywardness. For me, the event co-created an autonomous zone bursting with mutual aid, stretching the boundaries of abolition and Black feminisms, and celebrating the 20th anniversary of Brand's book with presence and engagement. There were readings, screenings, panel discussions, and exhibitions from all over the Caribbean, South Africa, and North America. These conversations from students, emerging scholars, and artists working in Black studies, geography, dance, poetry, fiction, performance, visual and performing arts mark the first retrospective of the book and its international influence, and it foregrounded deep engagement with maps, many readings of the world that slavery made from the 16th century to the end of the 20th century in Canada, South Africa, the US, and the Caribbean, from the context of 20 years later. I had been invited to contribute a short reflection on the book, and I was grateful for the invitation to think with Dion Brand and her map to the door of no return. I was grateful for the gift of that struggle. I refound the book on the endless and chaotic bookshelves in our house and began reading. I read and reread the chapter entitled Pinery Road and Concession 11 in which Brand is living in my homeland in a cabin in the forest writing, and her car breaks down at the intersection of these two roads. And so this is the piece that I wrote in reflection for that gathering. And it's called Pinery Road and Concession 11. The sky is dressed in 7 shades of gray, and I am dressed in 7 shades of sky. The basket is in the back seat, loosely wrapped in an opaque plastic garbage bag, waiting for its ride home. It's different than the other baskets I've seen in my life. It carries a darker color. It's also bigger with fancier detailing. I think it's made of black ash, bapagigan, that one we can barely find around here nowadays. The old ones used to harvest a tree, canoe it back to the reserve, and then pound the log until the annual rings would separate into splints. The splints were woven together into baskets. I imagine the fancier ones were sold to white folks, and the mediocre ones were kept around our tents and shacks and cabins to keep our belongings. The basket is made out of a body of the years of Bapagigan's life. Each of those annual rings recorded growth and weather. Each one of those orbits is a document of light, heat, water, and nourishment. I think of who might have harvested the tree and paddled it back to the community. I think of who might have done the pounding to make the splints. I think of the women who wove those years into something else. I think of the woman that paddled her canoe on Chemong Lake, going from cottage to cottage, selling and trading her hours for clothes and food for her family. We leave the city, driving through farmlands speckled with right-wing election signs. We turn onto the reserve and cross the border. Every telephone pole is wrapped in red cloth. I tell Bapagigang Makuk that this is because one of their young women was recently murdered by her white boyfriend, the one that loved catching frogs. We pass wooden cutouts of children dressed in pure love with the words, "Every child matters." I tell Bapagigan Makuk that we're allowed to be furious and sad now, within reason. The one that ran away from school and into the bush followed Jim Cons and Madden around, the ones that didn't bring lunch to the bush, instead eating seagull and loon eggs, water snakes and frogs, porcupines and squirrels, muskrats and turtles. I wonder if Bapagigan Makuk is looking around for their relatives. They will be hard to find. Much of the black ash was cleared by colonizers for farming and settlement, and the remaining are under the threat of the emerald ash borer, an invasive beetle who came to North America inside packaging and wooden crates. We stop at the old man's house beside the dump, but he isn't home. I use his outhouse, and I am overjoyed when I find the empty peanut butter jar with half a roll of toilet paper inside. Back on the road, we pass a lonely orange election sign as we pull into the cultural center. The curator meets us, and through face masks, I retell the story of the 80 or so years this basket, Bapagigang Makuk, traveled from an Anishinaabe woman in a canoe on the shoreline to a white lady's cottage on Chemong Lake, to a house in my birthplace, to my parents' house, and then my sister's house in Toronto, to my house in Peterborough, and now here. In a quiet voice, he says, "Welcome home." We'll show the basket to Doug. We'll show the basket to the Elders Advisory Circle. They might be able to tell who it belongs to by the signature in the style. Miigwech for bringing this home. I stop for cheap gas, a paper map, bad coffee. There are no paper maps. It's September, the 2nd September during the pandemic, and now we've been charged with the task of living with the virus, a code for the arithmetic that allows some of us to live without carrying the burden of those that succumb, a calculation of who will be sacrificed to line the pockets of those with the money. There is heavy grief in the air. There is a turn in the light as the first cool air marks the time of year when they stole the kids. where they still take the kids to remake them into people with pockets lined with money. Summer might have held space for running and laughing and shrieking around, but there is no space for that in the fall. There is no space for the sounds of children. After I leave the reserve, instead of going back to the city, I head in the opposite direction, past Miskwa Zibi, which used to be called Squaw River. In 1993, some of the elders at Curve Lake First Nation, led by Gladys Taylor, launched a complaint to the Ontario Geographics Name Board to have the name of Squaw River changed back to its original name, Miskwa Zibi, meaning Red River. I think this will be the only time today I see my language. Next is Nogie's Creek. It is littered with ice cream stores and paddleboard rental shacks, campers and cottages. None of these people will know that Chief Nogie was the chief of Curve Lake First Nation from 1830 to 1848. He was exiled from the reserve to this place by the Indian agent and the missionaries. This was no real hardship for him. Nogie's Creek was a beautiful place where he and his family could live the good life away from the surveillance of Indian agents and God. I squint to see the good life. As I turn onto Burnt River Road, I inhabit a familiar sense of dread. Oh yes, this is Michisagi Anishinabek land, and I am grateful I'm in a car that is working well with doors that lock and a cell phone. I pass re-elect Jamie Schmall conservative signs and elect Allison Davidson PPC signs. I pass the sign for the Somerville track, land that was purchased by the County of Victoria in 1928. The land was cleared for agricultural use by the settlers, but then abandoned when it wasn't fertile enough. Red, white, and Scots pines were planted. The plantation is managed by the Ministry of Natural Resources. The trees are planted close together in rows, like corn. They are the wrong species for this place. They form a forest that doesn't have any parents or language because there is only one kind of tree and they are all the exact same age. They were only children and they grew up as best they could. I sit in its width. Anishinaabe carried travel routes in their heads, passed down and in an east-west orientation rather than a north-south orientation, focused on creeks and streams and rivers and lakes and portages. These maps were stories upon stories of each time they had traveled the route, of each time their parents and grandparents had traveled those same rivers and lakes. There were stories of storms and hard times, of meetups and good luck, bends and riffles, mnemonic devices for memories, the smells and sound reminders, each journey another ring. To travel, one had to float, paddle themselves with rivers and lakes doing the carrying. Every destination was temporary. Home was always temporary. Home was always shared. Home, always a shared practice. Homelessness, always a shared practice. Aki mazina egan. Aki meaning the earth, the land. Mazi egan, a book, a letter, a document, a paper. A book, a letter, a document, a paper. When the colonizers came, they were always lost because they refused to live within the network of the living. They needed a book, a letter, a document, a compass, a paper, a policy, a law, an accounting, so they could build fences and put up signs that say no trespassing in private property. I'm getting closer to why I came. Dread is filling my stomach with sharpness. My dread is not in the same register as Dion Brand's when she writes, "This place fills me with a sense of dread, but also a sense of mystery." Our histories and diasporas are different. What brought her to this place and now me, decades later, are both different and entwined. My dread is commingled with shame. I should feel comfortable here. I should feel connected and like I belong. I should be stronger than my fear of these landowners. I should insert myself because I don't see myself. I should know the name of Burnt River in my language. I should want to live here in a cabin and write books and do ceremony and tap maple trees. I should, and I don't. Sometimes the land defeats you. just the sum of it. I am old enough to know that coming here and retracing will not likely lead to finding whatever it is I'm looking for. I am old enough to know that when I reach Pinery Road and Concession 11, there won't be much of anything. I'm old enough to know that I won't find home, but we might all feel a little less alone. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, Leanne. We've invited my dear friend and colleague, Mikki Stelder, to offer a response to Leanne's talk. Mikki is an assistant professor of global arts and politics at UvA, whose research sits at the intersections between critical ocean studies, Black and Indigenous studies, and anti-colonial critique. They have a beautiful video essay piece that is in the Brad Wolf Project space. So if you haven't been there, I'd also encourage you to see their work in that context as well. But Mikki, over to you.
Thank you for having me. This response is called Snippets of Water Disappeared. 1. From a very young age, I've been taught that water is my enemy. At the same time, I've learned that the Dutch are superior in hydraulic engineering and mastering the 7 seas. What is particular about Dutch state and empire formation is that it has attached itself metaphorically and materially to the control and containment of water. In preparing for your visit here, Leanne, a few of us got together and read sections from As We've Always Done. Inevitably, perhaps our conversation started with the waters in this city. My friend Charlie, who had just arrived to Amsterdam from New York, noted that white Dutch people seem to be very committed to the policing of the use of space. There seems to be so many unspoken rules in social policing, Charlie said. And in New York, the whole attitude is fuck the rules. So whenever these Dutch folks are telling me what to do, I tend to go off at them like a New Yorker. Charlie asked their Dutch friend, what that policing was all about, and they answered, it has everything to do with water. What I think Charlie's friend meant is that our antagonistic relationship with the water is mimicked in our social relations. We treat the water as we would treat a stranger, and we treat a stranger as we would treat the water. Both are to be kept at bay. 2. In 1932, Afro-Surinamese anti-colonial revolutionary Anton de Kom scathingly remarked, and whatever the Hollander lacked in humanity, we have to grant him the honor of being a good merchant. 400 years earlier, Caspar Barleyus, the founder of the University of Amsterdam, delivered his speech, The Wise Merchant, in which he sutured the practice of philosophy to commerce so that those, he wrote, to whom the entire world is property, may at least learn this one thing, that a wise man needs very little. Which did not mean that Barleyus condemned the accumulation of colonial wealth. Through Barleyus' eyes, we learn what the city might have looked like when he writes, there are places where I can look in astonishment at the tremendous amounts of goods shipped in from abroad, the multitude and strength of the ships, the capacious ports, the landing stages for fleets that surround the city. Nor do I think lightly of the fact that I've been transferred to this city that floats on pools and swamps everywhere, where the weight of such great buildings is borne by wood and balanced by forests, where the most flourishing trade center of all of Europe is supported by rotting pines. Nature and labor, virtue and fortune, earth and sea seem to have vied with each other to make this city great. Leanne, you spoke of the pine orphans on Pinery Road and Concession 11. and this allows me to tend to the rotting pines that stand suspended and uprooted in the water underneath our feet today. I think of how they used to graze the north of Europe and witnessed a mass displacement of their kin. Their network of relation severed by the cutting of their roots as they were placed into this water. Their displacement inaugurating the capture and transport of forests from your continent to mine and of settlers to yours. Some of them turning into the ships that visited the door of no return as witnesses to genocide. It is the decline of the Dutch water table resulting from the racial Capitalocene that enables these rotting pines to speak back to their uprooting by letting the city sink. 3. In the summer of 2021, I returned to Amsterdam after a 2-year research stay at the University of British Colonial. On my first walk through the city, I noticed how many of the famous canals and bridges were under construction. Some of the bridges were completely closed off, and the streets along the canals were blocked by containers and heavy building equipment. Large sheets of metal were erected in the water at about a 2-meter distance from the docks. In the space between the dock and the metal, there was hardly any water, just sand. Sand blanketed by a small layer of liquid from the incessant summer rains and already getting sucked up by layers of pulverized shells, a dike between land and water. As in any expanding urban city, there's always construction. However, I'd never seen anything like it, and why did it look like some of the streets were slanting and crumbling into the canal? Continuing on my walk, I found a sign explaining that the bridges and streets had been poorly maintained and were collapsing, sinking under the weight of water from below, in a city built almost entirely on what they call reclaimed land, as if it was supposed to be there all along. A wetland ecosystem turned into property. Historically, the Dutch built land where there was none and claimed it as a nation, claiming possession over what was once wet. Dredging, dumping, draining, the water becoming more and more invisible, yet never truly gone. The riverbank, the shoreline, coming and going, coming and going, coming. I remember thinking to myself, this is the end of the long golden age, a beautiful yet morbid end of empire. My mind's eye pictured the signature houses along the Amsterdam canals, built with the money and resources from the colonies and slave plantations crumbling into the water. Although centuries had gone into containing, capturing, and juridicalizing the water, water remembered where it was and spilled out. 4. Early on in MAP, Dion Brandt cites Willem Bosman, Dutch chief factor at Fort Elmina in the 17th century, an author of The Door of No Return. Bosman, writes Brandt, described the fort adoringly, using the following words. For to speak but the bare truth of it, for beauty and strength hath not its equal upon the coast. Splendor was not just afforded the city of Amsterdam, but Dutch slave castles and slave ships too. Brandt continues to cite Bosman, and in this particular, our nation exceeds all other Europeans. Our ships are for the most part clean and neat. The Dutch relationship to oceans and shipping is one of heroic abstraction, in which the captives and the water are disappeared. In the wake of such violence, to think with Christina Sharp, tending and attending to water in the Dutch context requires work, hard work. It requires a coming to terms with the fetishization of the slave ship and the deliberate disappearance of the violence and resistance in the hold. 5. In 1992, Brandt travels to Amsterdam from Glasgow. The journey inspires two of the two main characters in her novel At the Full and Change of the Moon. During her travels, the airport had lost her luggage, and she finds herself in the city with no compass. Nor do I have a dispensation from a king, she writes, to map a shoreline, or, in my case, a city. I do not have a map. Within a few days, her bags are found. They had been sent to Manhattan, or what the Dutch named New Netherlands in 1624. Reading this section of map, I'm thinking of the journey of Brand's suitcase that maps onto the journey of Henry Hudson's Half Moon on behalf of the Dutch East India Company in 1609 that instigated other such journeys made and in the making and led to the colonization of that part of Turtle Island. In Mannahatta, the Dutch conducted surveys and land reclamation projects in an attempt to transform Mannahatta into a copy of the grid-like structure of the Dutch polder, a man-made landscape that displaced coastal peoples to feed Amsterdam's rising merchant class. In Mannahatta, the Dutch built a wall and dug a canal and called it Singel Street. Its Amsterdam counterpart does not end very far from here today. Today, the Singel in Mannahatta is called Wall Street. The Singel designated a border between Fort Amsterdam and the farms outside the wall, gifted to enslaved Africans on the agreement that they would keep the Lenape nation out. Water is a border. The Dutch transplanted their antagonistic relationship to the water to the settler colony to project modes of sociality that did not provide the means to visit with neighbors in a consensual exchange, but to divide, produce, and defend private property. Such an expansion of colonial property also instigated the disappearance of beaver quite soon after Dutch arrival through our deliberate disruption of relations between Lenape, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Wendat, Algonquin, and other nations through the imposition of trade monopolies, contracts, and guns. To row wampum, a trail of broken treaties. Leanne, you helped me think of beaver and ask how beaver might teach us something about dams and deltas that does not lead to water's capture and containment. Something my ancestors refused to see when they killed the last beaver in these lands in 1826. 6. Listening to one of your previous iterations of theory of water, I'm also reminded of genderqueer eel, who swims from the Sargasso Sea not only up the creeks and rivers of your territory, but also crosses the Atlantic to struggle their way through dams, locks, and watermills to feast on little worms and lobsters in this polluted Rhine River Delta, to swim back again to the Sargasso Sea and transform their body to spawn more kin. Eel undermines the Dutch containment of water, its national borders. Migration is life. When we dredge, juridicalize, and contain water, I am learning now, we craft anti-relations. How to come to terms with centuries of antagonism, containment, and control. How to listen to water differently. What do I give up for water? And with whom do I listen? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikki. Also really beautiful to make the connections of water to water here. I just want to offer us again, for those of you who were at Landers Pedagogy, you heard me do this also there, but it's to borrow a practice from Rajni Shah, who's here, an artist and colleague who works with us. It's an invitation for when we think about these moments of questions to challenge our usual behaviors. I find it a helpful parameter and a prompt. So that means if your usual behavior in these settings is to be the first one with your hand up to ask a question, maybe think about that. Take a moment to think about why that is, and maybe someone else might also want to take that space. And equally, if you're somebody who finds it difficult to articulate a question in these settings, please perhaps think if you can take the moment to do that here. And I know the setting makes it difficult, but yeah, please use the mic or ask a question directly if you feel able to project, and they're very, very welcome. Is that one already at the back? No, just a hand. Sorry, Jules. but also an opportunity for the two of you if you wanted to ask any more questions or follow up. We have plenty of time. And maybe I can begin. I was thinking exactly about this Dutch antagonistic relationship to water, and an expression that I only learned recently that I think is common here, of where people say, "Oh, we're not made of sugar." And it was said in the context of a load of colleagues had just arrived at a meeting and had been absolutely peeing it down outside. And of course, everyone was super well prepared, and they had their waterproof trousers, they had their max, and they were all kind of hung up outside the meeting. And someone said, "Yes, and of course, we're not made of sugar." And I understand the double meaning, or colleagues can correct me, that in Dutch it both means that we don't melt in the rain, so kind of toughen up, get out there. I don't care if it's hailing, all the weather you've experienced in your visit so far. But that it also means, it can also be used in the context of vulnerability and emotional strength, to kind of ask us to toughen up in relation to conflict or exchange that we might find uncomfortable, or some might find uncomfortable, or a form of discomfort. And so I was thinking about what kind of being is created in these antagonistic Dutch mythologies. And I wondered if you could tell us a bit more about what kind of being water is in Nishnabek world making. You spoke about it as multiple, as transforming, as having multiple kinds of being. Is water always kind? Does it have other ways of being that appear differently in the different stories that you shared with us?
Well, first, I want to thank Mikki for... I don't know if that was on. I want to thank Mikki for your deep engagement with that talk, and I feel like that's exactly why I write, and exactly the sort of just generative, specific, deep thinking about place that I hope to provoke in readers. So, yeah, that was really moving to hear you. Water, I think everything in Anishinaabe thought can be good or evil. But not in a polarized sense. I think that there's like a range of emotions and a range of actions, and all of these beings. So water is thought of as a being, as someone with spirit and agency, self-determination, consent, and when they're operating at their best selves, then they are weaving themselves into Minobomadzuin and the system and the network, and bringing forth more life. When there's an imbalance, water can cause lots of damage too. And so in climate disasters from human-induced climate change, there's now an imbalance, and water can cause lots of damage through big storms, big floods, the power of water. And that's something that I think is metaphorical, and something that we learn from these beings, is that all the parts that make me Leanne, when I'm balanced and taking care of myself and healthy, I can contribute to this network of life in a positive way. And when I am not attuned and attentive to that, I can also cause great harm. So I think that water is also like that. And that's one of the things that I take from water. And one of the things I love about this story is water is like Nkijiko Kwe and Joy Manado are kind of immersed in water, made of water. But Nibi is also sitting there watching and quietly kind of thinking with a presence about what they can contribute, given their nature, to this problem, this art project that isn't going well. That they have the prototype that's not working and the vision is not working. So, yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Hi, I'm taking you up on your challenge because I'm not someone who normally asks a question, so let's see how this goes. But Leanne, at some point you had this image of traveling along water, and you said that home is a shared practice and that homelessness is a shared practice. And I was wondering, what role does water play in creating homes? And yeah, how do we create this shared practice of creating a home?
I was thinking when I was writing this about, because Anishinaabe people used rivers and lakes, those were the highways, those were the main routes of travel, and how when you're out on the water it gives you a different orientation. And when I was in the migrant boat tour on the canals, I was thinking, oh, this is also a shift in orientation when you're on the water and you're traveling through this city. So I think that my people moved with the seasons throughout our territory, so we weren't settled in a single place, and that meant that we were always engaged in a creative practice of homemaking. And I think my people's way of life was one where they had to make everything. They had to make their travel routes, and they had to make their boats. They had to make their houses, their food, their political system, their spiritual system constantly. And it was a constant collaborative process. And I think Indigenous artists on Turtle Island are one of the groups of people that have maintained that practice of making and that creative process that aligns us really well with our origin stories and our creative stories. And that seems to be a really powerful place to exist within. And so I think in terms of home, how do we as communities have a practice of safety and of ensuring that everyone feels as safe as they can feel? How does everyone have access to all the resources that they need? How do we remove sort of all of the barriers that capitalism puts up in order to create places, whether they're temporary or permanent, doesn't much matter, but it's this practice of homemaking that I think is important. And I think different cultures do it differently, and I think different groups of people do it differently, but I think there's some power in people coming together and thinking about it as a relational practice. I think queer communities do that really, really well too. So I'm very, very glad that you were brave enough to ask that question and that we heard from you. That's an excellent question.
Hello, thank you very much for your words. I personally work with for a community in Colombia, in the Sierra Nevada, Santa Marta, and I want to ask if there is similarity, because water for them is very important. It's also in the creational story, but they refer as water as thinking, as the thought. So they see like a whole Mother Earth as a big brain, and water is like this connection between all living beings, changing information, changing memories, and big thinking. And we supposed to be connected with this big thinking through the water in our bodies, the water in the rivers, the water bodies that feed our lives. And in this way, it's a big thinking of life, basically. But then they say that we have forgotten how to think together. So we have forgotten how to think together with the bigger thinking, because we are completely isolated in our showers. We don't know where the water comes from and where does it goes to. We forgot where the water in our bodies come from, and we don't think with this water anymore. So we are losing our capacity to be connected with this bigger thought. Is this something similar, related with what you perceive in the people?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the idea of theory of water, as the title of the book, is that this water evokes and illuminates a big thinking of connection, of interconnection, of interdependence, of internationalism. I don't know Anishinaabe people. I don't think I've heard it, water as a thought, but I've definitely heard and seen embodied this concept of water as a connector. And I think a lot of the impact of colonialism is that we have lost this skill and ability to think together, and to think together in ways that are simultaneously very, very local, but also global. So moving across scales. So that was a really beautiful way of maybe validating. That was a very good peer review of what I was trying to do with the book. So yeah, miigwech for that.
Thank you, Leanne, and thank you, Mikki, for the response as well. I usually don't ask questions either, so I'm following your example here. Leanne, I was drawn a lot to what you were saying about listening, so the practice and the process of listening, which I'm also trying to sort of frame it as my methodology for my PhD proposal as well, which is a bit, let's see how that goes. But I was wondering how you see and you practice listening with ancestral voices and elemental voices as a healing practice. That's my question. Thank you.
So because Anishinaabe, when Anishinaabe thought is our intellectual practices are oral, listening is something that's really, really important. And I think of it sort of as a deep listening practice or an embodied listening practice, where you're listening with your heart and your emotions and your mind and your physical body. And I think it's very much one of our ways of knowing. And it's a practice, though, that I think in this work took on a little bit different, a different practice, because I think a lot of times my research has been in the forest, in the bush, making maple syrup or harvesting wild rice or traveling on the land or hunting. But this time I'm in the pandemic on a snowmobile grooming this 4-kilometer trail outside of my house. So not engaged in an indigenous practice, but still doing that Anishinaabe thing of being present, paying attention, thinking alongside my collaborator, which in this case was snow. And so listening looked different. It was a durational practice. It was a rehearsal. It was a repetitive practice of going out and doing this every morning and noticing changes. It's a kind of practice of presence, I think. And I think it also sort of embodies what Laura asked of us during the question period, to just, take a minute and be mindful of how how we listen and how we carry ourselves, and what voices do we shut off and what voices do we attune ourselves to naturally. And I think working with Joy Brandsma's work, it was sort of just, it started as an email invitation, and do I have time to be able to engage with this work? Can I find it on my bookshelf? And then sort of finding Pinery Road and Concession 11 and deciding to physically go there, I think as a practice of listening. And I had to go there several times. My partner and I, he's a electronic artist and a maker, so he made this weird contraption out of old iPhones that took a photo every few minutes, and we left it there over a 24-hour period just to surveil the corner. So and then it led to Mikki kind of engaging with the work and putting it in a Dutch context, and thinking about when Joy Brandsma lost her luggage in Amsterdam. Like it then becomes this map and this web of connections. So yeah, I hope that your committee embraces listening as a methodology, and that we can start that as being a very important part of study and research.
Thank you both for this amazing talk, Leanne. I've always wanted to hear you talk in person. I'm a big fan, and I thought your response, Mikki, was really beautiful, and I really appreciated the just the ongoing, I guess, just thinking about connections through water. And I guess I have a question about how to sort of, Leanne, you pointed out many times just the difficult moment that we live in today. And recently I've encountered a lot of things about water that is like full of persistent chemicals, and that ocean spray is now a way of like spreading them to bodies, and both human and more than human, and that plastic is everywhere in water now. Microplastics are in our blood because of its water, and I just this seemed like an acute form of colonialism, some of the things you brought up and that Mikki also responded to. So I was just kind of curious if you maybe both could speak to how to, I don't know, how to sort of think through these theories of water with this news that's coming out. It's something I'm struggling with, I guess. Yeah. So thank you.
I think there's two things that I look to. I think for my ancestors, they were always, over the last 400 years, they've always been living in this particular moment where there was, where things were collapsing and when there were world endings. And so I think there are multiple sites in multiple communities, practices of resistance and connection and mutual aid and all of these things anyway, in spite of the present moment. So I try to remember that. The second thing I think from my culture is that you don't abandon someone when they're sick. And so it was painful to read that article in The Guardian about the ocean spray containing forever chemicals. But I think that it means that you closen your caretaking relationship with water, not back off. And I think it's also sort of one of those teachings where if you're not paying attention to what you're connected to, eventually you're going to come to this moment where the thing that you're connected to that you didn't pay attention to is now bringing all kinds of forever chemicals and microplastics into your body. And so I think it's also a time to remember and to learn how interconnected we all are on the planet, how water is that big thinking, and when you neglect that big thinking, that poison travels really quickly.
Yeah, thanks for that. Is this working? Yeah, it is. So, yeah, I think I'd like to respond to that with like the last thing I said is, for me, it's become really important to think about with whom I listen. And also thinking about how I grew up here. I grew up in Zaandam, which is not very far from here. It's a heavy industrial, I call it the industrial appendix of Amsterdam. So I've always been taught that water is toxic, stay away, it's polluted. I had an experience at the beach also this weekend when me and my partner were dancing in the foam because it was so stunning, and then someone came out of one of the beach bars and said, "Watch out, it's full of bacteria, don't do that." And I was like, but I want to, and it feels good to be with water. And I think the first time I started really listening carefully to water in ways that were not from within my own context, and that reminded me also about what you said, Leanne, how to listen beyond yourself, which is something I think we're not taught to do in a Dutch context. I see some Dutchies nodding their heads. Yeah, and water came to me really by leaving this place and moving to Santa Cruz, where I was a visiting fellow for a few months, and I just sat by the ocean all day, every day, morning, noon, night, and then I came back here and I dreamt of the ocean for like a full 2 years, every night, and that kind of unfolded this whole thing about my own relationship to the ocean, my grandfather being a captain in the 40s and 50s, going overseas, the ways in which water has been disappeared here, the way toxicity has been imposed upon the water here. But it's really, for me, it's about, with whom do you listen? And there's such a richness in tending to water historically, generationally, that's also been disappeared. So how to turn to that, I guess.
Hi, thank you so much for both talks, very wonderful. And I've been thinking, and I guess my question would be around the weight of naming bodies of water, because I noticed kind of an interesting correlation maybe that in your talk, Leanne, you mentioned a lot of names for creeks, for rivers, for lakes. And then also transformations of these names, right? And then in your talk, Mikki, you were referring to this water in Amsterdam in this kind of abstract, very anonymous kind of way of the water in the canals. And well, the name that popped up was Zingle, and then it's transplantation onto the new Zingle, so to speak, and then another name. So I guess, my question would be the weight is there of naming these bodies of water and maybe their anonymity in certain contexts. Thank you.
So in North America, indigenous names of everything have been very, very erased and replaced with colonial names. And so what I notice about Anishinaabe names, which there's very much I am interested in reclaiming, is that there's an intimacy to that naming. There is, if you have a lake, every kind of bay or peninsula or beach will have a name, and it will be because something happened there in reference to a story or the kind of activities that people did there. Different families and different communities will have different names, so often there's multiple names. You can tell people's homelands by the Anishinaabe names in the south start to decrease. There's less names that people know, and the Haudenosaunee names start to increase, so there's zones of overlap where you have different languages. Which teaches me sort of about borders and how indigenous borders are zones of overlap and not lines. There's a couple of projects artist projects, one by Susan Blight in Toronto, where they've been renaming streets and creeks and trying to make that more visible in Canadian culture. Canadians are very reluctant to learn how to pronounce things that are not in English. So there's a lot of resistance around it. But for me, I like the practice of each family or each community naming each place, each tiny place, as something that's meaningful to them, that gets passed down in their family, gets animated, gets layered, the story gets told again. I like sort of that idea of naming, and then I think everything in the Anishinaabe cosmos is that's alive has spirit, has self-determination, has autonomy, and so you're always making relationships with places as almost people or as beings, and I think that that's important. So sometimes names will shift too. Like it can be Red River, and then you have a really big, fantastic party there, and the river gets named something else. And I think that that process of naming is a way of mapping and unmapping.
Say something about why I didn't. Yeah, and I think for me, coming from this specific space, I didn't engage in the process of naming because I think it's so opposite, like the ways in which naming is mobilized here. Because if I would use names like Herengracht, Prinsgracht, the canal rings or whatever, the Zaan River, like here names are imposed upon something in order to claim it as private property. And specifically, if you look at like the Dutch polder landscape, right, these green kind of squares with water in between, water was mobilized and instrumentalized and co-opted to really stake out boundaries. And that kind of structure was then exported to all different kinds of places where the Dutch created colonies and colonial outposts. So I think to me, naming these places and using my mother tongue for that would be a way of perpetuating that violence done upon water. So that's why I really try to draw attention to, like, I'm not drawing it, water is drawing attention to itself, but I think I want to keep that term around. And I thought the single is important because single also means border or boundary. And the fact that that's now Wall Street and the water has been covered over, right? If you're on Wall Street today, you're walking on the bricks from Belgium. So there's all these kind of relations and movements of many things, but water has disappeared for a reason, right? So also when I started thinking about water in the Dutch context, I couldn't, like, if I would think through my own kind of cultural references, I would end up at property instead of at water. And I've been trying to think about that, like the harm in that, because there's a huge violence in that, that we still see in the ways in which we are allowed or supposed to relate to water today, not just here, but within like international politics.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Mikki. Yeah, I don't have a very well-formulated question, but I'm like having a very intense emotional movement around all this conversation and like the expansions you have done through the Q&A. And it's about, yeah, like grief and water. Like, what's that relation? I feel, yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit about myself in my artistic practice. Yeah, water is a channel of washing. And yeah, I'm curious about how you relate your grieving practices, if you do have, with thinking water, feeling water, being with water.
In my culture, water is thought of as a healer. And so oftentimes our medicine people will like combine herbs in a tea with water. Crying is thought of as something that is a process of healing. The washing, swimming, those are things, cleansing kind of things. When when pregnant people are about to give birth, the water breaks and washes and cleans the way for this new life to enter the land through the doorway. So, it's thought of as a powerful healer that can move and help people process things. And then I think kind of combining that with one of the previous questions is, what does it mean when now one of your mechanisms for healing is contaminated? And how do you I think colonialism makes me kind of constantly ask the question, how do you heal when the violence is still happening to you?
Yeah, I think I'm somehow from this place asking similar questions because of the levels of toxicity in this water, but I'm someone who always wants to like immerse themselves in water. I don't know why, but somehow, instead of talking about me, Lina Mora Bravo, who asked the question, is an amazing artist. And I was thinking, as you asked this question about your practice with clay, and you asked us, I went to a workshop facilitated by you, and we worked with clay, and we made organs. And instead of keeping the organs around as something fixed or something solid that we could then keep as kind of like a product resulting from that practice, we dissolved it into the water after making it. And for me, that also, it allowed me to get closer to water, because you also invited me to think about toxicity in these lenses in different ways by thinking about clay. And as you were working on clay and I was working on water, we've had quite some intimate conversations about this as well. So I wanted to bring Lina's practice also here with us today. But when you said like thinking about grief or thinking about tears, I'm also just thinking about a Calvinist culture in which you're not supposed to have that. And I'm not like, you're going like this, but I'm not asking for pity, not at all. But I think it's also very particular, to not be allowed to have tears, not be allowed to have a relationship to water. Maybe that's something I want to think a little bit more about. So thank you.
I think maybe with that, I'll close and say thank you very much for all the amazing questions. You really opened up a whole other world of conversation. That was beautiful. Thank you, and thank you so much to Leanne for the incredible talk, and to Mikki also for the response. Yeah. Thank you.
So welcome back to our studio encounters. My name is Patricia de Vries. I'm the head of Art and Spatial Praxis, a research group at the Rietveld Academy, and one of the co-initiators of the Climate Imaginaries at Sea program. Before we commence our presentations, I'd like to say a few things about the studios you're about to encounter and the project. So in 2022, as Sabine said this morning, we started Climate Imaginaries at Sea, also as an initiative to emphasize artistic inquiry into sea level rise. And we formed 3 distinct artistic research studios, and each studio was dedicated to a critical perspective on rising sea levels, perspectives that we thought would need or more attention than they were getting at the time. So at the Academy of Theatre and Dance, Laura Cull and her team established a studio integrating Global South and Indigenous perspective that we heard this morning. Sabine Niederer has established a studio centered on interspecies inquiry at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. We'll hear from her affiliated artistic researchers in a bit. And I started a studio focusing on material research at the Rietveld Academy. Joy Brandsma, Dorothy Blokland, Müge Yilmaz, Carlo De Gaetano, Femke Dekker, Spierenburg, and Janine Armin are among the artistic researchers who explore these perspectives and who are present with us today. And they work with students, organize workshops, organize with different departments, go on field trips, take deep dives into archives, and have exchanged moments across studios together. And today they will present some of the things their studios have been working on. Also, for this project, we never considered it to have a clear sort of end goal, so it is continuous work in progress, so to say. And this is also how we think about artistic research, and a few words on that. We've been discussing it since this morning. So the artistic research studios we envisioned are not concerned with what makes artistic research and not just arts. And we were also not particularly interested in the ongoing debate about whether artists do research or whether researchers do arts. Because some of the people involved would not call themselves artists, others would not identify as researchers. In the debate on artistic research, which has been going on for a decade or so, and I'll make a bet that it will go on for another decade or so, some argue that artistic research should not impose rules or discipline on its practice. It's precisely the absence of methods that characterizes artistic research, and that's how the argument goes. And emphasis on methods, generality, reliability would only undermine the artistic autonomy of the art. Critics oppose this view, and they claim that without substantiation, without justification, without generality and reliability, so without a clear method, artistic research cannot make a dent outside of the art world and will not be taken seriously. This debate will continue for some time, and we didn't spend too much time on it, or on what artistic research should be or should not be, or what it is or what it isn't. Instead, we decided to put interdisciplinarity and collaborative work at the heart of our different studios, and to focus on different perspectives on the same urgent climate issue. So with these studios, a wide variety of practices, skill sets, disciplines, and embodied practitioners engage with sea level rise, organizers, writers, visual anthropologists, filmmakers, designers, curators, choreographers, academics, information designers, musicians, architects, sound practitioners, a radio veteran, a composer, and various educators. And I'll stop here, but this list is not complete. And as of next month, we will be joined by a curator, a writer, a media researcher, another musician, and media artists. As of next month, Loom Collective, who will present after our tea break, will join our Climate Imaginaries studio at the Rietveld until the end of the calendar year. And in a bit, they'll present their first ideas of what they're going to work on, or what they're thinking of going to work on. So with our studio approach, I think the point I'm trying to make is that we aim to open the borders between art and research, and between what is considered what, right? So the three studios, you could say, offer a very loose framework for what artistic research can do. So the focus is not on what it is or who can claim its territory, but rather on what it does. So what kind of engagements are generated? What becomes imaginable? What becomes audible? What becomes visible, tactile? How does it broaden our ways of knowing? What kind of connections are made possible? What are its politics? What are its poetics? And what ethics can we build on it? I highly recommend also seeing the exhibition. I'm doing the same as Sabine, promoting the exhibition that is part of this festival. It runs until Thursday, and it's a beautiful group show. And of course, I'm biased, but I do think it's great to see how the works that you'll see there, how they work in tandem with what you're about to hear. So it's sort of a bit of a backstory around the works that you can see there. So without further ado, let me introduce our presenters.
born in Istanbul, Müge Yilmaz lives and works in Amsterdam. Her research presents speculations influenced by feminist science fiction and proposes narratives about the future through installation, performance, and photography. De Rietveld invited Müge to partner on the Materiality Research Studio. And over the past academic year, Müge has been working with students from textile and architectural design while conducting her own research into salts. And she's been researching the salinization of earth and groundwater, looking into new ways of relating to this material, so to salts, for our future living. And she's also working on, and you can see a dummy at Praathof Project, a speculative foraging guide for the year 2124. You'll all be dead, but for some people, this might be an interesting guide. I'll be dead too. So together with Laura Dubourgel, she co-organized a student exhibition titled Selexis, using research, experiments, and sketches that the students from textile and architectural design worked on during the various workshops and classes that she did with these different student bodies. And I hope to hear more of how that was, what that was like. We'll hear it in a bit. And Selexis is a speculative island, so that we can visit, all of us, at 5:30 today when the show opens at Vox Pop. So yeah, she's presenting the Material Studio, then presenting the Interspecies Inquiry Studio. We have Janine with the white scarf, is a writer and copy editor and currently working on a climate fiction family thriller. She's also art history PhD at the University of, PhD candidate at the University of Amsterdam and a fellow within the Visual Methodologies Collective. Janine is also an organizer. She has co-run several independent art spaces, including Sidereel, which looked at the undermined social movement of alchemical philosophy through music, writing, and visual arts. And clearly this is also echoes in your current booklet and work that you can see in Praathof. In her work, she takes insights from the early multimedia book Atlanta. Is it Fujian? How would you pronounce it? Fujians? Fujians, yeah. Featuring mercury, sulfur, and salt to create poetic, subtle, and very rich and embodied, the word comes back again and again, soundscapes. Carlo De Gaetano is a designer and a researcher, also at the Visual Methodologies Collective, where he specializes in data visualization for social research. He develops methods to gather and explore audiovisual collections from archives and online spaces using AI and participatory practices. So with his methods, you could say, he evokes reflections about the interconnectedness between humans, nature and other beings. And he curates and explores audiovisual collections from the archives to better understand how bodies of water in the Netherlands and their ecosystems are represented. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that you worked with hundreds of videos from the open archives of the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. And what that accumulated in is also on show at the Praathof Project. Femke Dekker explores sound as an agent for making. She's known under her artist moniker Loma, and her style revolves around electronic experimentalism, both for the mind and movement. And she seeks to create a space where intuition and understanding can meet. It's also an interesting tension. Using radio and archives as her main media, her current focus is on various notions of listening and how listening is a call to action. And together they present their methods and their collaborative research into interspecies connections and inquiry. And then lastly, our third studio, presenting the Global South and Indigenous perspective. Joy Brandsma would be here to present, but she fell sick yesterday, so Laura is
stuck with me.
You were stuck with Laura for a bit longer. But I'll introduce Joy because, because obviously, because it's her research, yeah. So Joy is a Dutch Remedies queer visual anthropologist, a curator and a filmmaker. And she has a background in cultural anthropology and development sociology from the University of Amsterdam, and she currently works as a researcher at the Academy of Theatre and Dance. And during her residency, she has moved from anthropology and filmmaking to sound, and I was hoping to ask her what that transition was like, but then we'll have to wait for the Studio Encounters 3, I guess. And today we'll play her sound piece, which is part of the Unimaginable exhibition at Platform Projects. The vocals and sound of this piece are by the Queer Choir Amsterdam, with voices and vocals from the children that participated in Masterplan Zuidoost. Laura will tell more about it and the coming together of this piece. So with that, I think we can start. So I give the floor to Laura.
Yes, apologies. I am not Joy, but I will do my best to introduce a little bit about the Power of Water project that she's been working on. So Joy wanted to share a sound piece with you and also to offer then a series of directives or prompts for you to write your own responses to the sounds that you'll hear. So that's what we'll do at the end. But before I play you the sound piece, I'll just tell you a little bit more about the context it was created in, which is this larger project called The Power of Water. This project investigates how image and spoken word can empower children in Suriname and the Netherlands to explore and express their connection to land and water, particularly from a perspective that seeks to examine the relationship between climate change and the colonial past. The project started with an initiative of one of our partners, Villa Zapakara, which is a children's museum in Paramaribo in Suriname, in fact, the only children's museum in Suriname, who created a series of workshops for children from across the coastal districts and a touring photo exhibition called See the World Through Your Camera Lens, which is the pictures that you can see there. Children worked with a professional photographer to encounter the lands and waters they live in new ways, to share what they find beautiful, but also where they see the impact of climate change on where they live. For the AHK studio, this project became then The Power of Water, where Amsterdam-based Surinamese theatre maker Dorothy Blokland then designed a series of workshops for children in Zuidoost and Noord, and now also we're about to do some workshops in West that explore both their knowledge about climate change and Suriname, but then use spoken word techniques to invite them to connect with and respond to the perspectives on land and water shared by the children in Suriname. And this includes, and I'm adding this after listening to Leanne, thinking about writing from the point of view of water and also from earth. And it's interesting maybe to know that Dorothy ran a workshop earlier this week as part of the Climate Imaginaries festival, but this time running the workshop for children for adults. And it was a great kind of discovery that in fact the workshops work very well with adults, and that there's something very important about play and the quality of playfulness that she was inviting in those workshops also when adults participate. So during these workshops, Dorothy was joined, as Patricia said, by researcher Joy Brandsma, an artist, a filmmaker, a visual anthropologist by background. And Joy is researching, or the initial brief we gave to her was to research the impact that the Power of Water was having on the children who participate, both in Suriname and the Netherlands. But in doing this, she got particularly interested in sound and the question of how the transformative power of images and storytelling might be passed on through sound rather than measured through more conventional means. So that's really what we're trying to share with you here, is a very first initial exploration of how Joy is working with that material. I now just want to read the introduction that Joy wrote, which is also in the gallery in Bradwolf. And this is to introduce the audio piece. This audio piece is a fragmented articulation of different methodologies within research on cultural exchanges between Dutch and Surinamese kids about climate change. The piece echoes moments from workshops organized by Dorothy Blockland as part of the Power of Water, which has been highlighting the value of giving children agency within debates on sea level rise and climate justice. Informing and connecting are central to these workshops. Still, the complexity of the topic of climate change and its root causes can challenge this aim, making a linear explanation of the project and representation of its stories difficult. This audio piece attempts to articulate the project differently without flattening its narratives and contributors. So I will now play you the piece, which is about 5 minutes long, and these are the prompts that we would like to offer you. So if you have a pen and paper, then you might want to note down some thoughts and responses. And if you can bear to share them, I know that Joy would love to receive those. So we ask you to remember water. How do you remember water? How does water remember you? What is your favorite memory with, in, from water? Remember song. Remember songs of childhood. Do you remember songs from your childhood? And there's quite a lot of prompts there, so maybe you want to pick one that particularly resonates with you. But first we'll play the sound.
Listen. In the inner silence, to the language of the other world.
Willemstad is de hoofdstad van Suriname. Nee. Wat is dan de hoofdstad van Suriname? In koor 3, 2, 1. Paramaribo! Oh, ik ken het zo. Paramaribo. Flickering firelight and storytellers' tales.
rich legends of the homeland. We breathe together.
Quem deixou ela virar foi por causa da Joy que não soube remar. Ai, se eu fosse um peixinho, soubesse nadar, tirava a Joy lá do fundo do mar.
Nadalén, was mi cobre. Fura doti, fura drete. Sweet corote, skinny fusuku aran. Trobe elasi, ini sosobote.
In order to be able to gift something to Joy, because she's super sad not to be here, does anyone have a story or a memory that they would be willing to share more broadly that we can tell her? Yeah?
I think, yeah. Well, I'll go first, so maybe that will lower the anxiety. Well, when Joy told me that she wanted to ask us about memory, and then I was thinking of this Toni Morrison quotation that I recently came across in a text, which is so beautiful. And I thought it's always good to bring Toni Morrison in the room. So I thought I was going to share that with, I will share that with Joy anyway, but I thought I'll share it with you as well. I mean, just even having to read out Toni Morrison gives me anxiety, but I'll try. So, floods is the word they use, but in fact, it's not flooding, it's remembering. Remembering where it used to be. All water has perfect memory and is forever trying to get back to where it was. I think that's such a beautiful, well, anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for being Joy today. We'll continue with Janine.
Hi. So I'm part of the interspecies relations artist studio with Femke and Carlo.
And I'm just going to briefly introduce our working method, and then we'll flow into our individual projects. Primarily those that grew out of the much publicized exhibition at Bradwolf that you should really visit. And it was co-curated, incidentally, by myself and Lisa Prenz, who's in the audience, and also, though unnamed as a curator, Laura Duberjal, who contributed a lot curatorial and is also head of production, and Andy, who's also here with a small baby. So this is, our research studio. We started meeting, I guess, about 8 months ago. And in our initial meeting, we were just trying to think of what it was to be artist researchers, what that meant. And all of us have other jobs outside of this. We've all kind of, I think, devoted our life to production, to meeting deadlines, and to making something for a purpose. And finally, we were invited to think and to create and to be treated as though we were artists, which was this small miracle. And we've enjoyed it very much. And from that initial moment, we decided to think what it would be to work in a mode of reception. So both receiving texts, receiving images we would send to each other, or sound, and then to not focus on creating a project. Even though there was a looming exhibition where we would have to produce something, we all invested in the idea that that would be a work in process, and it didn't have to be, as I think Leanne was alluding to, a noun in a sense that was dead, but actually something that was a part of the world of living things. So we focused on Ursula K. Le Guin's Carrier Bag Fiction. Femke brought in Paulina Oliveros' Quantum Listening, and also the Combahee River Collective. And we talked through some other images and films, and just general working method and trials and tribulations generally. And I then... being together, the rhythm of the studio. Made for the Bradwolf exhibition, I made a booklet that was based on a story that I had produced as part of something I've kind of taken to call a field poem that emerges while I'm doing research, kind of a fictional tangent that helps me understand what it is I'm doing more tangibly, in line with the life that I live. And the research related to interspecies relations and climate imaginaries at sea, for me, was centered in 2 archives in Amsterdam: the Embassy of the Free Mind, which is an archive of hermetic materials, and also the Institute for Social History, which is an archive that, a central archive for the history of social movements. That due to the scope and the time, I ended up focusing more on the Embassy of the Free Mind, and looking through how to think methodologically about relating to each other species, in view of relations with rising sea levels that didn't, as the artist studio prompt asked, that didn't treat this as merely a threat, but something we could in fact live with. So I ended up encountering a book I had already been familiar with in the archive at the embassy, which is Atalanta Fugens, which Patricia mentioned, and it's considered one of the first multimedia books in the West. It was written in 1617, and in it, composition scores are paired with epigrams, and also images, so that you have this tripartite kind of collaboration. And in this, I sort of wanted to do this as well, but maybe broken apart a little bit across with 2 collaborators that I work with. So this book was designed by Sigmund Slapsa, and he, over a process of some months, worked with salt water and a folding technique based around some of the ideas I was raising in the writing to do with rising sea levels and other species, and then we ultimately arrived at this composition. And then I also invited an artist and friend, Yashaswini Raghunandan, who is a filmmaker and sound artist and living in Bangalore, who made a fugue for this tripartite presentation, recording the sound of objects underwater as the taps were going dry during the current drought. So I also wanted to play that track, and then we'll flow into the next two studios. I'm Femke. I'm part of this amazing studio mixer that allowed me to not do, as you said, not produce, as you said, but just think and listen. As Patricia kindly introduced me, I'm a sound practitioner, and actually for the last 2 years I've been doing my own research and started describing my practice as that of listening. So I'm a listening artist. I'm not a sound artist. I'm a listening artist. And the term deep listening has come by a few times today. And I would like to acknowledge that term came from Pauline Oliveros, who was also mentioned earlier. Quantum Listening is one of my favorite books. I highly recommend it to anyone out there, because even if your practice is not about sound per se, listening can become this transformative matter, material, but even method, even if we're rejecting methods today, but a method to activate all these different senses. And that is what my research has been about. And then, allowing for this listening to become a practice, an art practice, I really want to look at it as a radical form of attentiveness. And that attentiveness can then lead to action, because when you truly listen, that's when you develop a form of tuning in to the other. And I think that is exactly what we've been doing, and also within this collective of researching. I was thinking about our relationship to the other, to the species. And if we forgot how to use our senses, and especially in the West, where research methods are all about written proof and visible proof and things that we see, and it's so visuocentric that we've forgot to use all these other senses to do research with, that are so obvious in indigenous practices, that I think I really wanted to create this way of okay, let's bring listening back, so that at least when we teach ourselves to listen again, we can listen to the other, we can listen to the non-human, to this interspecies, and really develop a relationship. So when we were invited to think about making work for this exhibition, I think everybody kind of assumed that I would produce a sound piece, a sonic sound piece, because the sonic is my language. But I was thinking about the space, about the artists represented in the space, about the topics their work was addressing. And then I thought, actually, if I introduce sound, I'm just going to meddle with your listening to these works. And it's just going to create this sonic soup that maybe will draw away your attention of the works in the space and of the artists in the space. So instead of producing the sonic, which is my comfort zone, I developed a few listening prompts. I asked Janine to, as she was the curator of the exhibition, to send me a description of all the works. Not necessarily the works themselves, so I didn't want to directly engage with the work, but just also give space to myself to imagine the works, and then to think of ways to get that viewer in and activate other senses. So the work that I proposed for the exhibition that came out is a small handout of text that prompts you to engage with the works differently in the space. And then I'm very bad at using clickers. Oh, no, see, that goes back. So yeah, every work in the space got their own little listening prompt. And I really wanted to create a sense of the viewer becoming something else than the viewer becoming the listener, the dancer, the mover, the protester. Because for me, listening is very much a call to action. But what is that action that takes place after listening? So, I think that's what the research was, and I'm really grateful to this loving and caring group that allowed us to meet without stress, without deadlines, without this notion of production and and efficiency, and something that is so much, steeped in our way of doing research that we've developed over the last 1,000 years. And I'm very happy that there's spaces now created for people to do research differently and not hold the end result into account constantly.
I'm Carlo, and as Janine and Femke were kindly saying before me, at the start of this interspecies inquiry studio, we really tried to take a moment to pause and to try to change our approaches. And me, from a background of visual design and data design, data visualization, and being as a baby artist, a researcher, and a geriatric information designer, I really thought, okay, I really need to unlearn some of my, let's say, pattern of thought and also production mode. So really, I think I want to really thank not only the studio to be very welcoming and nurturing in this practice, but also all the other studios and the program to really protect this space. So I'm not sure I'm really managed to pause in these coming 8 months, but here what I've worked on. So I think a good way to describe what I did is trying to focus on the about the interspecies, so the space in between things, in between human and more than human, in between also past and future imaginaries, but also between me and other people, not only as persons, but also as practitioners and backgrounds, but also as authors. And I think I tried to do it in 2 ways in the last months. One, it was very personal track, an experiment, and that's called Queer as the Ocean, and it's an experiment with AI where I try to literally blur the boundaries between human and more than human, and it's a series of portraits that I showcased last year at Warming Up Festival and other location, and it's currently present at Floor, which is a space at AVA. And it was for me like coming from a very visual background to be again very visual and try to literally find a space where in a fictional moment of a future, humans and the ocean would become one, and find, like, say, a space where they could playfully meet, find intimate connections, and let's say face the fact that if facing each other, they would both inevitably change each other. And it was also, for me, a playful moment to experiment with new tools like artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, and to kind of generate images to think with others, also regarding the use of this tool, how to, why, if at all. And this whole series is an ongoing project that will kind of go off my hands now and into the hands of the multi-talented Andy Dockett, who is back there, and is starting within the Visual Methodologies Collective a new program that's called Material Playground, where these images will be taken away from their synthetic form and try to be shaped into something tangible and something else in the form of workshops with students, but also between ourselves. So I'm very excited to see how it goes. The second parallel, let's say, way I tried to explore this topic was through participatory practices. And as Patricia was saying before, I worked with a special collection from the Sound and Vision Archive, an audiovisual collection that deals with the theme of water in general, like human relationship with water, but also with the landscape around water. And yeah, I collected more than 400 videos, and these videos served as a visual prompt during 4 participatory workshops in the past year or so that I developed with artists, students, but also policymakers and researchers within the archive of sound and vision themselves. And I asked them to use these images or traces from the past to try to imagine places dear to their hearts, how they will look in the future with higher waters. And this kind of process that was iterative, and every time I changed something in the process, resulted in some drawings, some new landscape, and some, let's say, stories. And I can show you, more like the vibe. It was a very kind of, I think, relaxing workshop. It's a drawing workshop where images from the audiovisual collection are printed on blank papers, and then participants are invited to pick images that speaks to them and try to complete the landscape by drawing and by thinking about a place they know or they're familiar with and how they will look, how it will look in the future. And this, let's say, individual drawing process is then followed by a participatory, let's say, discussion and conversation about how might, like, living in such landscape might feel like and look like. So I had, let's say, a set of really disparate drawings and short snippets of description and landscape and text and stories that then kind of informed and inspired my last work, which is currently showcased at Bradwolf, which is a series of 5 audiovisual pieces that are loosely connected together that tell, let's say, stories from an imaginary Netherlands of a not-so-distant future. And these stories are, informed by the conversation and by the drawings that happened during the workshops. And I didn't want to show you any parts of the videos, but you can watch it at Bradwolf. Again, you're very welcome to join. But I just wanted to show you the process behind the creation of the video because, I thought to share that here. So the first thing I try to do is to kind of take inspiration from some climate fiction that I'm currently reading and I want to read, and I try to use that to not just to train or to inform a personal GPT, like a chat GPT, but trained with climate fiction, especially from authors that are female, BIPOC, or queer, just because I wanted to, like a kind of a sparring partner while creating this story, because I'm not really a writer, that would give me a more, like, say, wider perspective on how the future might look like. And then I use the drawings from the participants of the workshop, and I showed them to this new tiny Cli-Fi machine and asked it to describe them using the diary format and try to describe them from the voice of an imaginary researcher, traveler who would visit the Netherlands in the future and would see this landscape. Then this, together with the conversation from the workshop, kind of created the bulk of short climate fictions or short stories in textual form that were then animated and turned into videos by using the original footage from the archives that inspired, let's say, those imaginaries, because they were originally used by the participants. And the footage was, of course, quite old, so very small files I work with, and very also fast pacing. And so I tried to use another AI tool to enhance, let's say, colorize and slow down these videos. And some parts of the stories were additionally illustrated by with Midjourney and animated with another tool, which is Runway, to give a sense of collection of field recordings and field notes that would accompany the stories and the accounts from this landscape. And all these resulted into these 5 videos that you can see at Bratwolf. And I just want to leave with 2 maybe reflections here, which I forgot. No, one, sorry. One, I think it's comes from a question from a dear friend Nienke that really helped me out in, pause, and ask myself, pause from this mess, and ask myself some questions. And one of it was, do you think you as an artist is needed? Like, are you needed in this process to make it work? And I thought about it, and I think, oh, maybe I'm not, which is a big plus, because it's kind of, I don't know, I like to think of a sort of a process that can live without me in the future. And the second point of reflection is that if you look at this also, all the tools that I try to experiment with are quite impactful in terms of CO2 emissions and energy use, and I try to calculate that my impact in this project, and I didn't manage to do it completely. So one is, okay, these tools are not really transparent enough to say about their impact, but also, the only thing I managed to calculate was the impact of the drawings and the animations, which was around 150, like heating around 150 kettles of water, which is a lot of tea. And so the last thought for the future is that I know, or actually Andy told me that he has a friend in the Atacama Desert that can build a solar-powered GPU. So I think we will go solar punk in the future, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful listening session. I will first read a short text. I condensed my research in a 10-minute text first, and then we continue. I am here to ask you to slow down. You can find me underneath your country, beneath the mountains of the south, and in the lands where soil and sea collide. I am where the halophytes thrive, marshes deep and on the shores. I make them rich with nutrients, from grains to oils and to fodder. My plants offer a diverse new serenity for the watery world. Its presence is felt in the soil and in the sea. I am materia prima, a force of nature, and I am your best frenemy. I may look like your nemesis, but I'm your hope for the future time. You can learn new ways to trust the land and just let it be, by knowing that we share this materiality. In your body, from the dunes to the rocky coasts, from the water to the water, I am everywhere. I am just invisible. My halophytes whisper their secrets like a hidden feast to share. But heed the laws lest we trespass. You just can't respect the land. The dunes are protected, but can you protect them from the sea itself? And do you have to? From Salicornia to the sea lavender.
Yes, it is true. I am intruding your waters, and I am infiltrating your sweet water vaults. But it's because of you, human. Through history's lens, we will see the future soon. Remember when I used to be more expensive than gold? And remember when I was sacred? Now you see me just as a threat. The tidal flats reclaimed, the ecosystems are entangled with you. But now a shift or a turn of tide, a holified agriculture, and you do need a new guide. With your hand in your heart, even if you have all the knowledge in the world, and even if you have all the right ethics, can you even stop it? We will navigate the futures because time will pass in either case. Even if you humans are gone, I will still be here. I am the spray in the waves and the essence of the brine, born from the depths where oceans lay indifferent. If I was called a crystal, you would love me more, but I'm just a liquid rock now. Yes, the sea is rising, so are the people, and everyone focuses on the water. The water, the water, the water. Everyone just talks about her all the time. But I am here too. And I am here to ask you to slow down with her. Mind you, that I do love water, and I exist with her. I exist within her. She makes me transparent, and she makes me invisible, and I love it. I myself come from the ocean after all, like all of us. And I am in your body too, in this moment right now. As you are not just human, you are me too. You are a mineral yourself. You are a walking rock, a floating mass of 250 grams of me. It's all in you. And if there's too little of me, you will be tired and your memory will slowly fade. But I will always be in your tears anyways. You can taste me when you cry. From marshes to the dunes, I am everywhere. My rain spans to the plants, and I'm in the sea purslane, whispering recipes to you. The sea aster blooms in brine, and the glasswort stems diffuses herself in the marshy realms, from salicornia to sea lavender, each with a story, each with a tale of resilience, adaptation, and the spirit world loves me too. I bring an abundance and protect all of you from the harm with my corrosive edges, and I keep the evil away and protect the earth. I'm a humble guardian of these lands, from my eternal nemesis, the sweet water. I know you love her and you do need her, but I have more biodiversity and I was here way before. I am the essence, the taste, and the trace of your water, and in every grain, I hold the memory of ancient time and space. When you were a hunter-gatherer, you didn't need me, and you probably didn't even know that I existed at all. I became a product with the advent of agriculture just 10,000 years ago. As I'm in the blood of the animals, but from now on you can eat halophytes to have enough of me. I am a fertilizer, and I'm a weapon at the same time. Even a colonizer army recently tried to use me as a weapon. They flooded unprotected Palestine with seawater in which I was thriving, thinking that it would devastate the soil. Little do they know that the Romans tried to do the same to Carthage. Scorched earth, it's called. Ensure that the conquered lands could never be used again for agriculture. How sad the colonizers' lack of actual love for the land that they so much want to conquer. Little did they know that with the seawater amounts, I actually do act as a fertilizer, and I will render the land even more fertile. Better watermelons and better strawberries will grow in the land returned, and the sea, the poor sea, who has to witness all of this happening and be an unintended responsible. The salt already on gravediggers' hands. The dregs of the sea is a no longer aroma is spread on the conquered city. Everyone forgets the first salt he tasted, and now traffics in his essences. The world and more countless pillaged Carthage today feeds this burning fire within him to conquer and to kill. The docile sea is his accomplice. As people comes to be allotted his share of salt on digging wounds, finally free, it bemoans the ashes. Salt is forever mixed with blood of victims and with the wounded stones that were the man's work. Now back we are to the history where there were taxes named after me. The colonizer allowed me for the speculation and made people work for me. Shamans used me for protection, and I am what she gave you from that specific island, and you had been carrying me in your pocket all this time. You humans, you used to write alchemy books about me, and now I'm just an industry discard. I belong to the Mediterranean, I belong to the Caribbean. I am special and different on every island. I am under your feet or in the estuary. I am both oppression and resilience at the same time. The tamarisk trees taste like me, and the spray from the sea will be on your skin. The daughters of the sea will adapt in resilience because vulnerability is the new strength. And yes, you can use brackish water to irrigate. There are special crops being developed that are salt tolerant and grow in brackish water. You would hope that they do naturally taste like the sea, but they don't. Indeed, this part of the future is dedicated to the sea. We are in the year 2124, and I am everywhere. I am salt. Yet again, this part of the future is dedicated to the sea. We are in the year 2124. I am everywhere and I am salt. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, I just want to go straight to you. Do you have any questions for our presenters? Müge, can you tell us a bit about the plans we've been looking at?
Yes. Yes, thank you for asking. So this is a speculative halophyte. Halophytes as in salt-tolerant or salt-loving plants, where the first part of my research, since we started last year, focused on. So after studying the halophytes that are quite generally found in the Netherlands, in the dunes, and that I discovered also that are part of my culture in Turkey, in the Mediterranean, that we eat and forage them, I just had never perceived them as salt or sea-loving plants. And so they are quite big potential for future agriculture. There's already big academic research and scientific research going on, especially in countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan, but also, of course, the Netherlands, where the sea is intruding the land slowly. And so all the scientists I talk to do agree that the soil is becoming more salty. So halophytes are the future. This is then a speculative plant that I made up, but it's also a method to learn better and to think from the point of view of the plant. But so first I made sketches, and then the image was generated by Finn Wagner. This is a 3D rendering. But what I'm doing right now is that I'm in touch with real scientists from NIOS, from Netherlands Institute. Not
Please.
Who are doing actual feedback. They are giving actual feedback from the realistic point of view. Yeah, so that's a bit the tension between the speculative and the real. And so then this is the first iteration of this plant, where then I will then modify it with the feedback from the scientists, Eleonora Caron from NIOS, Järseke from the south of NIOS. So then this plant would also evolve with her input from a scientific point of view.
Wow, that's beautiful. Is there a question from anyone? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, first I want to say I find it very impressive, all of your works, and that you put aside the logistics of the production, and I was really inspired and I had a lot of associations, so thank you for sharing. And I had a question for Femke, because listening for me, it seems like the opposite of action. And I feel like the more I listen, the more input I get from somewhere else, and then sometimes it makes it even harder for me to see where I can start implementing it in my actions. So I was wondering if you can elaborate on that interconnection a bit.
Absolutely. And a lovely question that I always am so happy to engage with. Maybe I'm going to ask you a question. What is your practice?
I study at the Academy for Theatre and Dance, and I'm a dancer, performing artist.
Yeah. So you're already listening with your body. Yeah. So for me, and again, I'm standing on these amazing shoulders of Pauline Oliveros, who is everywhere around me. But she actually said that listening is a call to action. And when you look into her practice, she really made this distinction between hearing and listening. And then if you see, listening as tuning in, and actually then listening is a form of disruption of your normal status quo. So you go from hearing everything around you and just taking everything in, because you're actually listening the whole time. But when you're really listening and when you're really tuned in, that means you form a relationship through this listening. And whether it's with your own body or with your surroundings, with non-humans or humans, it will lead you into new processes, whether you take them and externalize them yourself, where your listening will inform the way you move, for instance, or the way you navigate through spaces. So it could be very much, related to your own practice. But it could also mean that you go into action as we know it. It's this radical attentiveness. And then if you look at other listening practices, so for me, another practice that really informed me was the practice of Ultra Red. It's a collective of sound artists that came about in halfway through the 90s in the second AIDS crisis in the US. And they started using listening as a way of protesting. organizing listening workshops, organizing events, listening walks, and then really engaging their participants into this radical listening, and then moving on forwards to make new material to address that AIDS crisis. And you know, ever since, and they're still super active. They still run this practice of protest and listening as protest. So, for instance, they made an amazing album where they spent 3 months at the US-Mexican border interviewing people who wanted to cross the border, but also protesters of the wall that, of course, the US and the Republicans really want to build, and God forbid Trump will come back, because then we'll have a wall. But then really, you know, and then sharing. I think it's also very much about sharing collaborative practices. Sharing this practice of listening will inform others again, and will inform them in a way that they haven't been informed before. So listening is also really directing attention to what is not being heard. And I think that is when it will propel you into action.
Yeah. In the interest of time, and we're eating out of our own break, I have to close it here, but do accost them during the during the break. And thank you. It was so beautiful to see your works together. I mean, wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for facilitating.
So welcome everybody to the last session for today. I'm going to keep a good eye on the time because we need to get ourselves out of this building and into Vox Pop for the closing drinks. But I'm delighted to introduce the final session with some incredible guest artists who are going to present around their projects. I'm going to follow Patricia's lead in introducing everybody first, and then we can just go from one presentation to the next. So the first work that we'd like to present is by Kim Spierenburg. Unfortunately, Kim is ill, so she will not be joining us on the panel. But we're going to show a triptych of films called Heartbeat, Water Nation, and Underwater. Kim is a composer, a violinist, and filmmaker, currently working as a researcher in Holland University of Applied Sciences. With her ongoing artistic research project, As Waters Rise, she reflects on our contemporary fears regarding the future of water. With music and the films she creates, she explores eliciting emotional reactions and creating narratives around social themes. Her film Heartbeat was part of the Vienna Shorts 2023 official selection, Kim found the convergence of her visual and musical vision in live electronics. So she holds a BA in classical violin, an MA in live electronics from the Conservatorium van Amsterdam. And she's been working also in relation to Climate Imaginaries through Sabine Niederer's Visual Methodologies collective. So we've also shown some of this work in previous iterations. To let you know, once the films start, they take about 15 minutes. So make sure you get yourselves in a comfy spot to enjoy those. So once we've watched the films, then we welcome Loom Collective. Loom is a practice for cultural transformation and conducts research, curates exhibitions and public programs, publishes books, consults organizations, and develops shared learning experiences. Grounded in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, Loom links with an international network in the arts, culture, design, public policy, media, and heritage, bringing together local situations and global issues. Loom altogether is Katía Truijen, sorry, excuse my terrible Dutch pronunciation, Mark Minkian, Michiel van Eersel, Radna Rumping, and René Boer, working in close collaboration with an evolving ecosystem of practitioners. During the short presentation, René and Katía, who are here, will talk about previous projects such as the Wetness Walks, Time Troublers, and Lahan Becek. And we'll introduce the new work that they're going to be doing together with the Rietveld Academy as part of Climate Imaginaries. Thirdly, we welcome Claudine Arendt, who's a Luxembourgish artist based here in Amsterdam, who also studied at the Rietveld Academy in her past life. Her works range from large public sculptures to functional ceramic objects. And for her science art projects, Claudine directly collaborates with scientists and scientific institutions both in Europe and the US, including the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, which is part of the reason why we invited her to share her practice with us today. And in this work, through her porcelain practice, Claudine renders tangible the acoustic algorithms that scientists use to detect and identify zooplankton using acoustic technologies. It's very cool. Today, Claudine will introduce her ceramic works involving the question of how we look into the ocean. And then finally, in a beautiful segue, I think we go to Marialena Marouda, who's going to present. And Marialena is a performance maker based in Brussels. She studied philosophy and visual arts at the now very controversial Columbia University of New York, which we're all watching right now. Continued her studies at the Institute for Applied Theatre Studies at University of Gießen in Germany. And she initiated the Oceanographies Institute, which I warmly encourage you to investigate if you don't know it already, as part of her research at the APAS program in Brussels. And the Oceanographies Institute's work has been shared internationally in different contexts. You may also know a beautiful event that Marialena curated, the symposium called Songing with Our Ancestors, Hydrofeminism, that happened in collaboration with the Kai Theatre, VUB Crosstalks, and QO2. It was just beautiful, beautiful event, featuring the practices of Alexis Pauling-Gums, Peggy Pierrot, and Johanna Pine. So she currently teaches performance and installation in Brussels, but will share today a performative lecture related to her research on oceans. So lucky us, what a great afternoon program. And we'll start with Kim's films. So get settled for 15 minutes.
Thanks for having me. My name is Claudine Arendt, and I'm going to share some of my work. I brought some images for that, 72 of them to be precise, but don't worry, it's going to be short and painless. So first I'll show some of my work that doesn't quite fit the context of Climate Imaginaries, but I'd like to give some background to show my way of working. So here I took an old woolen blanket from my grandmother, and I used the visual qualities that are already in there and made this poor market woman out of it. Here I was invited to a group show, but there was no money whatsoever. I wanted to build a really high tower, so I used all of the gallery's plinths to build a 4.5-meter skyscraper-inspired tower, almost reaching the ceiling, using the legitimation that's already in the plinths for my own cause. I like it if there's a surprise element, so this one is hovering through the space, and people need some time to figure out what's happening, and actually I'm on the inside. This is a 3.5-meter long sculpture, and it's a bit dark, but you can see my head sticking out on the left there. I like to work in public space, mainly because I don't really want to work for like compartments of society, so I don't want to work for the art bubble, so I go outside. This gives on eggs with stories. This is sculpture I released into public space. Here some girls took possession of it. There's some bored parents. I got the opportunity to make a COVID-themed work. So this is a fountain. There's a small computer that's a link to a motion detector. And so if you get too close, if you break the 2-meter rule, it will start sneezing unpredictably. I'm showing you these works because the way I treat the material and the production process is very similar throughout all of my works, and it gives a little bit of a better idea what mindset is involved in my science artworks, which I'm going to talk about now. So I started working with oceanographers during lockdowns, initially on a silly idea to make souvenirs for marine researchers, but the project quickly grew, and it became clear that oceanography and art share a common question, which is how to look into the ocean. So this is a sort of familiar view of the ocean. We look at it from the beach or from a boat. All we see is like a large surface. In the best case, it's blue, but once we go underwater, our vision turns blurry, our hearing turns muffled, and we also cannot breathe. So we need technology to extract information from that environment, to be our senses. This one is called Zooglider, and so it and some of its instruments are designed to sneak up on plankton, so it produces a very specific perception of the world that it is diving through. Here you can see it's a camera system, and it dives down into past the twilight zone and into complete darkness. Oops, yeah. So I see a zooglider as a white cane. It samples an environment for us in a place where our senses don't really work. And during its ascent from 400 meters deep, it takes shadowgraphs, which photographs anything that is lit up by red LED light and which casts a shadow. And the animals that are caught on camera are just drifting by. You can see the particles floating by. You can see the tentacles caught in movement. They are often off-center. They are just caught drifting as they are. And to me, that's where their beauty comes from seeing that the composition and the moment that is photographed will not have existed like that before and will not exist like that after. It's only in that moment that it exists. So it's also like peeking through a porthole into a fragile world that forms the basis of the food web. And that's also really responsive to changes in the environment. Hundreds of thousands of these images exist, all as digital files, of course, but because they're so unique, I wanted to take them out of their digital indifference. So I imagine somebody sitting on their couch holding a ceramic plate with this image printed onto it and kind of contemplating the intricacies of the natural world that make sitting on that couch even possible. So to shape the ceramics, we took the algorithms that predict the acoustics pattern bouncing off of key zooplankton species. This is an expression of it on a 2D graph. And to make it a 3D file, we mapped it in 3D space with frequency, range, and rotation of the animal included, which influenced the echo that you'll expect to be coming back from the little animals when sending sound waves into the water. So it functions much like a bat in air or like dolphins underwater. They send out a certain sound wave and interpret the signals that come back. That's the first STL file. This is just an illustration of how we mapped it. So on the left-hand side, you see the rotation of the animal is mapped this way, and the frequency from bottom to top on the right-hand side. This is software that we've developed. It's basically just to be able to easily add species and play with the variables, so to quickly see what kind of output we have. And from what you see on the top left, right, that's a point cloud from which I'm making an STL file, which is just made out of lots of triangles. We 3D printed the first one. That was shortly before I went to ceramics residency at EKWC, where I made, no, there's one missing. Anyway, where I made now that's, we can't see it now. So I didn't take away the marks on the plastic positive. So when I took it out of the kiln, it reminded me of seashells, because you can see the lines on the outside. It's the dry touch of the unglazed porcelain and the smoothness on the inside. And then I quickly got into CNC milling. So now you first have the one algorithm that defines the shape of the digital file, and then you have another calculation that defines the path of how the mill is drilling. Something's a bit wrong with my presentation. That was the milling machine. It just goes its way no matter what comes in its way, which also means that when there's any undercuts, it chops them away. I think I'm missing the image there where it's marked sort of in red, but this is the result of it. So you can see how first in the computer, the calculations shape it, and then once you extract it from the computer, the limitations of the technology still have a kind of say in it. That I'm going to skip. And then this is some of the results. So I made a 50-piece set of porcelain dinnerware, so it's coffee cups and bowls and vessels and plates. To me, the project is about creating a connection between the tiny little gelatinous animals out there in the ocean and here. So you can hold it in your hands. It's like shells on a beach. It's kind of what the ocean reveals. You know, you can find it, you can own it, collect it. And this is the expression of coffee pot as an espresso cup. We got some ketogenes. Salps as a beer glass. And then, so after making these functional objects that I just showed, that in theory can be reproduced endlessly, I thought this wasn't great for somebody trying to build a career as a visual artist. So they needed to get their uniqueness back. So this is another oceanographic instrument, but to me this is a machine to make my cups unique again. We strapped them to the frame, mounted a GoPro and a light, and sent them to minus 1,900 meters. So now there's only 3 cups in the world that have been at this specific point in the North Norwegian Sea at almost 2 kilometers of depth. And I also think of it as instant archaeology. We sink them to the bottom and instantly retrieve them again. I'm just going to wait a second because you'll see just how dark it gets. Yeah, there's already at 100, it's already yeah, then we took that same question of how to look at the ocean and how to render invisible things visible into decommissioned bunkers on a small Taiwanese island with the view of the Chinese coast, thinking about the soldiers staring at the ocean all day long, unsure if there's nothing to see or if they don't see it. I blocked a small square used to look out, switched off the lights, and let the ocean view in to make a camera obscura. You could see the waves crashing against the rock, projected upside down, and you could peek through the little spy hole that was leaving the light in. And with it, I installed a video with the images of the ascent of Zooglider. And the sound that you hear is the echo response tuned a few octaves down to make it audible. So it's just two optical technologies, one old, one new, to make the invisible visible. Then, really quick, something that is in progress. The project is currently still in research phase, which is kind of a euphemism for there's no money. SWOT is a new technology that measures sea surface heights with the help of satellites and is used to understand ocean currents at a much higher resolution. The changes in sea surface height allow the detection of ocean hills and valleys, which are used to model the vertical structure of the water as well. The oceanographic research mission that I'm going to use the data from is called BioSWOT-MET. It aims at describing where which groups of plankton occur and tries to understand why. We used some dummy data. This is the Mediterranean. I was interested in the physical environment that governs the lives of zooplankton, who are too weak to swim against the currents. So we are looking at eddies, at underwater cyclones. And thinking about the small copepods and other planktonic organisms, I had to think about those paintings where human bodies are twisted by invisible forces, or the invisible forces are expressed through contorted bodies. Here's a whole tornado of higher power. So as a first step, I sort of forming a staircase with the data, which isn't quite a wild twister as the fall of the dam, but I think it's a good start. So we sliced it as a pizza. We grouped them together depending on their spinning strengths, forming descending stairs. These are all of one group, another group, and then if you put them together, this is one of the eddies. And you kind of get this rowdy image. So that's where it's at the moment. And I'm most interested in like what happens when I get them out of the computer. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen there. We're almost there. This is a work I installed in January. It's mainly inspired by that the changes in our environment, that the destruction is so quick that we can observe it. And I don't think we're rational in the first place, but we rationalize whatever we feel. So when I was chatting to an artist about her plans to make a work about the loss of her father, we decided to place our works in one show to connect personal grief with the absence of species. My ceramics...
Who have you been? To Avondale, I lingered in her lovely vale.
That wasn't supposed to go off first, but so my ceramics can be touched, and the vibrations that the skin registered is transmitted to the brain in a similar fashion than when you hear something. Similarly, this collaboration made me think about how when the recording of a voice reaches the eardrum and makes it vibrate, it's like being touched on that tiny little surface. And then, so this was the work of Maria Blackwell, and she used found voice recordings of her late father and doubled his voice with hers in harmonies. Maybe we can listen to a few seconds.
Where tall trees whisper the tale of Avondale's proud eagle.
Yeah, so now just... one more, we want to go back to the real world. Yeah. So to wrap it up, I go running a lot to the same spots all over again in different parts of the world, so I can see the changes over the years. And 25 kilometers to the west from here is the coast and the dunes, where I've been running for the past 4 years. And I went there in February, and some of you might know this spot. It's in the Kennemerduinen. You can see IJmuiden there in the background. I'm standing on the bike path that is leading towards the beach between like the dog beach and the nudist beach. So So yeah, there in the background you can see the sandy path leading to that beach, and I'm on the bike path here that's leading into this new lake. So with regards to climate change and climate imaginaries, much like on that nudist beach, there's not that much left to the imagination. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is René. I'm here with Katía. So we're part of Loom, Practice for Cultural Transformation. In total, it's 5 of us. We're all independent researchers, thinkers, curators, organizers, artists, I guess. What we try to do with Loom, we started a year ago or so. We try to weave our independent practices together in a more coherent whole, in a larger structure, in an attempt to learn from each other, but also to take care of each other, to take care of people around us, but also be more influential in the general discourse, and be more agenda setting, but also stand stronger in the face of a lot of well-funded institutions. What we try to do is powered by dialogue and imagination, to provide reflections, propositions, rehearsals, real-world alternatives that bring people together around urgent issues, hoping to unlock the transformative potential of people, so to say. And here you see a few of us standing in Sicily in a mega water infrastructure project that was abandoned halfway construction. What you see here is like 2 by 3 kilometers large, and it's overgrown by nature. It's in the middle of Sicily. It's 20 kilometers away from the nearest village, and we've spent a week here with students trying to understand the impact of these kind of infrastructures, former water infrastructures, on the surface of the planet. But I don't know, would you like to add something about who we are, what we do?
Maybe some of the themes that we've been working on in the last years. I think increasingly a lot of our work is also about the changing landscape in the Netherlands, but of course these borders are artificial, so it's always interrelated with other landscapes because of urban development, neoliberal policies, but also questions of climate change or socioeconomic issues. So we're very interested also in the politics of land and water, including questions of coloniality, borders, and porosity, sea level rise. And maybe we would like to say a few words about projects that do indeed engage with these questions before we introduce a proposal to what we would like to do in our artistic research studio. And the first one is this.
The wetness walks. Yeah, so I think we have a shared interest in also what Dilip Da Cunha and Anuradha Mathur, both landscape architects, what they call ubiquitous wetness, or the omnipresence of H2O, which for them is very much a critique on the colonial binary between land and water, and the idea that water is a threat that is outside of us and that needs to be controlled, rather than something that is in us and everywhere. And I think this colonial way of thinking around water is, I think, also at the core of, let's say, the Dutch self-image. So it's water out there that we have to defend ourselves against. Instead, Da Cunha and Mathur see water much more as something that is in all of us, around all of us, and that will inevitably come from all sides, especially also in the Netherlands, obviously, not only through rising sea levels, but also the flash floods from the mountains, through the rivers, extreme rainfall combined with periods of drought, of course. So water will come from 360 degrees. And trying to build upon this body of knowledge of these researchers and architects, one of the first things that we did with Loom is, together with students from the Rietveld Academy, is make a so-called wetness walk from the city center of Amsterdam, and we can question for how long it will stay dry. I mean, whereas next year they are celebrating the 750-year anniversary of Amsterdam, and we can wonder whether we make it to the, I don't know, 800 or 850-year anniversary. But we made this walk from the city center, from our former studio near Oudekerk, through the docks of the commercial harbor, through the wet landscapes of the polder, following the Ei River all the way to the sea, and trying to learn from all the wetness that was already present and around us. And we ended at a pier that stretches 2 kilometers into the North Sea. And when we were at the end of the pier with the students, with the waves coming over us, we were already surrounded by water from 360 degrees. And here you saw us just standing there in the trying to engage with the Eide River as a body of water.
Time Travelers is another evolving project and practice in collaboration with, among others, the Urban Future Studio, which approaches time as a key element in spatial planning and also questions how to collectively navigate temporal tensions, for example, between the short-term need to build houses in the low-lying areas in the Netherlands and, of course, on the other hand, the sea level that is rising. And it asks how we can maybe all can become temporal agents, how to respond to urgent needs, but also act as guardians of the long term. And also asks what speeds one could or should move with a looming climate catastrophe, how to reconnect with the pace of natural cycles and synchronize with others, but also asking how much time there might be left for humans and more than human species. And the project is inspired by physicist and feminist theorist Karen Barad, that I guess some of you may know, who asks in her essay, Troubling Times and Ecologies of Nothingness, how we can trouble time in these troubling times. And she invites us to rethink linear notions of time and consider alternative temporalities. So by means of an audio piece and an ever-evolving scenography, there's also different versions, and we like to also continue to develop it in conversation with different groups. We try to bring together different objects, ideas and voices of different people and more than humans that challenge dominant beliefs in progress and growth. And let me see. We've actually presented the project in various different contexts. It was installed at the Delta Congress, which was a place where actually the height of the dikes in the coming decades was. Wow. We did not have an AI version yet, but we're now discussing with philosophy students of high schools to also gather around this project and maybe have a new iteration. But maybe we just wanted to listen to a very brief part, 80 seconds. The piece doesn't really have a beginning or an end, of course, but there are elements of the ticking capitalist time, but also some more ecological rhythms, and a text narrated by Ashkil Martin, and it's written by screenplay writer Jippe Willems. I think it very much resonates with some of the earlier sound pieces and the film works as well. I also had to think of the blurring the boundaries in Queer the Ocean by Carlo's words. Let's listen for a bit.
We'll adapt, evolve, grow webbing between our fingers, fill our chest with buoyant bubbles of seaweed, scratch gills into our sides, trade in our heavy skeletons for delicate fish bones. Somewhere in the distant past, we descended from fish, didn't we? So why not accept that fish are our future? How do you imagine the future? How do you picture time? Seconds ticking away, clock hands racing, days dispersed by the wind, or slowly. A tree thickening, ring by ring, year by year. Still more slowly. The drops that carve a river into mountains. Or still more slowly still. Centuries compacted into thin stone layers. Deep time like a layer cake that breaks your teeth. Time. Linear, circular, modular. If light is both wave and particle, then what could time be? Heartbeat, rendezvous, clock, birth, death, waiting, rushing, slowness, panting. How long is time? A flash? Eternity? How much time do we have left, do you think?
Cool, yeah, final project we would like to show, just to give a sense of what we're working on. This project actually started before Loom came into existence as a collaboration with Ruang Grupa and Good School in Jakarta and with Daphne Bakker from Field Architecture, and which we hope to continue with Loom as a whole. It started as a critical analysis of the various Dutch water engineering and dredging multinationals. Some are maybe familiar names, Boskalis, Van Oort, all of them famous for land reclamation projects. Think of the Palm in Dubai, but I mean, they basically do things around the world. And so they have also been reshaping the coastlines of the Indonesian archipelago. And some of these companies, and without interruption for more than 300 years through various predecessors. So these companies have a very clear colonial history and a neo-colonial continuation, so to say. The photo that you see is from a protest near Makassar on Sulawesi, where Boskalis is working on a new land reclamation. It's a very large island in front of the city of Makassar in the sea. It's a very large for-profit real estate development where various also Dutch real estate companies are involved in building high-end gated communities with names named after Delft and Dordrecht, for example. I mean, these projects are completely annihilating the livelihoods of local fishing communities, not just to speak of the ecological destruction of let's say the coastal waters near Makassar. And I think what is interesting, so how this project started from maybe the binary between, let's say, what these bad multinationals are doing there versus the need to oppose them. And I think so this project also started with the name Terraforming Indonesia, trying to understand, let's say, the impact of these land reclamations and reshaping of the coastal lines. But one thing was interesting that, like, together with the students, especially also of Good School, were very interested also in completely transforming and reorienting this project. So I'm inspired again by this notion of ubiquitous wetness, or this like omnipresence water, the omnipresence of water day. So they propose to transcend this kind of binary between, let's say, the multinationals and maybe the activists here opposing it. And they propose to rename this project into Lahan Becek, which means muddy lands in Bahasa, which is, I mean, the notion of mud is maybe already in itself like dissolving the colonial binary between land and water. But also in Bahasa, Lahan Becek is also a slang for a great opportunity, so a muddy situation that can be the start of something very interesting or great for yourself and for others. And I think so. We're still interested in how to and analyzing the impact of these Dutch multinationals, and especially the very damaging impact they have. But I think that this project is now also, in its many outcomes and iterations, now moving towards more something that tries to understand the potential of these kind of muddy conditions, rather than being stuck into reinforcing this kind of colonial binary thinking. There's many more iterations and outcomes of this project, and it's still ongoing at this stage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So then, finally, in conversation with the Rietveld lecturer at Art and Spatial Practice, with Patricia, we've been discussing a lot about the climate imaginaries and also questions around land and water. And we would like to propose what we for now call a rehearsal journey, or Rhine River records, perhaps, and to move along the Rhine River from Amsterdam to Basel to engage with the rapidly changing riverine landscape and explore the Rhine as a complex and ever-changing environment that is both affected by but is also actively contributing to a rapidly changing climate. Which and actually also when we talk about sea level rise, are the rivers that surround us are maybe an even more immediate threat. And we are planning this rehearsal journey at the end of the summer, early September, and to interact with the river and the multitude of communities that live alongside its banks, the soil, the water, and to listen to its currents and stories of, on the one hand, ongoing human hubris, but also counter-narratives that imagine the future of the river and its surroundings otherwise. Also, in addition to all the existing scientific and policy reports that we, of course, take to heart, but we would also like to ask how to engage with conceptions of justice beyond our own species, but also nation states. And hopefully the journey and our mappings or recordings will inspire new encounters and collaborations. Maybe one format that we would like to think with or work on is this idea of maybe a counter glossary to propose and investigate a vocabulary that offers different ways of engaging with notions of land and water. not in an engineering or binary or terms that often focus on artificial divisions or separations between land and water and their communities, but to maybe engage with other terms like porosity or fluidity, from the river to the sea, of course, and also interrelations and their potential to inspire imaginaries that challenge more solutionist, linear or neocolonial narratives, and to take into account the ever-evolving relations that constitute, in this case, the Rhine River. So blurring the boundaries again. Maybe that's where we will end. Do you want to add something?
No.
Thank you very much.
So somebody mentioned the live electronics before, which is what I'm going to try to do. Yes, thank you everyone for the opportunity to present the work of the Oceanographies Institute in this context. Thanks, Laura, for the introduction. Thanks to all the amazing artists and artist collectives for their presentations. Yes, essentially, I will present the work of the Oceanographies Institute, or TOI, which is a project I initiated, a research project I initiated in 2018. And within this project, and since 2019, composer Charlie Asher and performance maker Elpida Orfanidu joined. And it's actually quite, it's researching human-ocean kinships with a very situated practice. So we are focusing on complex networks of ocean relations in the places, cities, countries in which we present our work. And I thought that as a way of introducing the work of TOI, TOI is short for the Oceanographies Institute, I would present some of its material, and especially we have a wish to work around the relation to the Mediterranean of Greece. So I've started some research already, and so I will present an ocean conversation also. So I will, yes, start presenting the material now. So one of TOI's main research methodologies is the ocean conversations, in which I have conversations with different people about essentially their relation to the ocean. And I first take notes during those meetings and then transcribe those notes into texts in collaboration with the interlocutors. And those texts then form a toy database. In the ocean demonstrations, people then perform in a kind of ad hoc and do-it-yourself way how the ocean moves them in a physical but also in an emotional way. And in scores that we call polyphonic protocols, we then trace the movement from conversation to note-taking to transcription to storytelling and song. This demonstration was proposed to me by PH in March 2018 and was inspired by Cevdet Eric's Shore Scene soundtrack. February 2023. Ocean Conversation with AF, Belarus Citation Research Institute, Athens, Mayboom Artist Run Spaces, Brussels. Cetaceans are marine mammals, in scientists speak. Space. The conversation took place online. From my camera, I can see A sitting at his desk at the Citation Research Institute, Belarus, in Athens. I'm not quite sure, but I think that beyond the usual office bookshelves in the background, I have a vague memory of a skeleton of a whale laying on the floor behind him. What I am sure about is the fact that A was repeatedly standing up from his desk and walking to the window to check the weather. He kept saying that if the weather improved, he would have to go out on an expedition. Luckily for me, it didn't, and he could stay. Voice. A's voice is quite high-pitched. It expresses both scientific precision and a certain gentleness, is in equal measures curious and self-assured. Our conversation was held in Greek, so I share here its English translation. What is your relationship to the ocean or the sea, on a professional or personal level? My relationship has evolved through somewhat significant encounters with marine beings.
Hard to separate.
It's really hard for me to separate the personal and the professional. Actually, it's almost impossible for me to make this distinction.
Encounter the dolphin.
My first encounter with the dolphin was on the beach of Bagnols-sur-Mer. I went to where it had been first sighted near the coast the day before, and I was waiting for it since 8 a.m. When I saw it, I went in as soon as I approached it. I saw its gaze. Up to that point, my studies had been around benthic ecology, but after the encounter with the dolphin, all my research, but also my life, turned towards cetaceans. That first encounter was literally an erotic one. The word can't adequately describe it. It's really like being madly in love. The word can't adequately
That
describe
night,
it.
I couldn't
like
sleep.
being madly
I
in love,
replayed the
no
film of the
cage.
encounter in my head.
That night I couldn't sleep.
I swam
full
to meet
stop.
the dolphin, and when I
replayed the
realized
film.
where I was very
When I
far in
realized
open
when
waters.
I was very,
The first
very
time, the distance
underlined
between
in
us
open
was 3
waters.
meters.
Full stop. The first time, the distance between
From
us was
that
3
day on, I
meters.
wanted to
Full
meet it
stop.
again and again.
From that day on, I wanted
Progressively,
to meet it
it
again.
allowed me to get closer.
It allowed me to get closer
and closer.
First appeared.
The
in
dolphin
the
first
90s.
appeared in the
I
area
met
in the
it in
90s.
91.
I met it in 91, and in 93 I left for Greece. But the dolphin stayed there, went to Spain in the summers, to Kadakis and the Medes Islands.
Back
in Greece, I
leading to a
founded
new
the
page.
first citation research group at the
First
University
research
of
group
Athens.
At the University of Athens.
Unfortunately, though, the collaboration with the university ended very badly because of my discovery of the correlation between the use of military sonars and the mass strandings of Cuvier-beaked whales. How actually was the discovery made? Well, the fact that NATO's military exercises took place in Greece around the same time that I was starting to work on citations in Greece was purely a coincidence. But when the mass strandings of beaked whales in the Kyparissia Gulf was observed, I started looking for what could have caused it. Very few causes could justify the simultaneous strandings of so many animals. Usually the key is sound, which in water can travel in very long distances.
Was accidentally found in a
I found the
document
source of the problem
6
accidentally in a document
research.
6 months into a research.
Underlined.
It was a pre-announcement from the NATO ship Alliance that from the 12th to the 15th of May 96 it would conduct a test of its eco-detection systems. I pointed to the correlation between the whale strandings and those sonar tests and intended to publish my results. In order to obtain more precise data, I contacted NATO. They replied with a letter in which they told me that their own scientists consider my result to be premature, that they could not share their data with me because it was classified, and they also asked me to contact NATO through the Greek government. By the way, they also offered me a job, which I refused. I proceeded towards publication with the data that I had, and my research was submitted to Nature magazine, where it was sent to reviewers.
Nature's response
came one evening by fax, as there was no email then.
There was no email.
The reviewers were fortunately independent, made productive comments and corrections, and recommended my article for publication. As you can imagine, my joy was huge because now my discovery would reach the whole planet and could perhaps save a great many whales from military sonars.
From the moment I made the discovery,
what I didn't know is that from the moment I made the discovery, things became very difficult for me.
I was being watched.
I realized that I was being watched and that certain people were trying to intimidate and silence me. I had the feeling that something could happen to me at any moment. I avoided being near windows, and also I lost my post at the university. NATO acknowledged 5 years later that I was right.
5 years later, leading to...
It was an international conference and in front of me, and it felt like the biggest moral reward I have ever received. 20 years later, a naval officer I knew called me on the phone
20 years later,
and said, I once did everything I could to save
called
you.
Me on the phone, leading to, I once did everything
when asked
to save you.
What he meant,
what did you mean?
He told me that he participated as a representative of Greece in a NATO meeting, specifically on the subject of my discoveries on the military sonars and citations.
Suggested
there, the American representative to NATO said
it would cost
that my discovery and any further investigations had created a serious problem for them which needed to be solved. As a solution, he suggested physical elimination, or killing me, saying that it would cost nothing, only around $5,000, since I was neither famous nor even a professor, nor did I have protection from the Greek government.
Arguments leading to
We
save
used
you.
various arguments, he said, to save you, and luckily,
Did not
the US representative
underlined
was convinced. The execution did not happen, and I'm still alive to this day to tell the tale.
Encounters column encircled.
Hard to separate personal plus professional, leading to is falling. I'm next to the ocean. Just part of it. A hollow feeling in the stomach. There's an issue with belonging in there. Desire to be part of it. Start thinking of your back, the space behind you. Focus on where your skin is. The ocean is about a silencing. A moment of stopping. You were surrounded by it and the vastness of its surroundings. It's too loud. This was from a conversation with Leanne on the 15th of March 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Marialena, to Claudine, and to Loom. We have about 15 minutes left for questions, if you have them, or thoughts. And also this is to wrap up the day as a whole. Is that a stretch, Ninka, rather than a hand? It's a stretch. Just checking.
Can I ask a practice? Do you have an archive of these conversations somewhere?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, can you get internet from up there? It's anyway, the
archive is the oceanographies.com, which is the database. Oceanographies.com. Yes, that's it. Yeah. So the ocean conversations, demonstrations, and then there is a kind of themes where like different people talk about similar themes, like as a child or infinity, or so basically the themes group elements from the different conversations. Yeah. Exactly. That's it. Yeah.
Thanks.
It's striking how much the sonic, how important the sonic and listening have been across the whole course of the day today in different ways across different practices, and also then in the non-human sense or expanded sense, and kind of listening to sounds that are beyond the thresholds of human perception in different kinds of ways. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
I can give myself, if I may. Can I ask a question to the Loom collective about, you mentioned a rehearsal journey, is that what you called it? Can you say a little bit more about what that is, or could be? Yeah.
To be honest, we're still preparing. So for now we call it a rehearsal journey. I think we're interested in the rehearsal as a format, as a form of prefigurative politics perhaps, how to like come together in ways or rehearse ways of gathering. In this case, we will take a train to alongside the Rhine River and also walk out, of course. So that's, and we will engage with different forms of listening and recording as well. But also a lot of research and also artistic practice around the Rhine River has been done already. Also, I mean, even like sound works as well. And so we would like to take that with us. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe we will come up with a beautiful archive like this, or I don't know. Do you yeah.
There's actually a bike path going from Amsterdam to Basel.
Yeah.
You can bike there.
Exactly. Yeah, we hope to find more time to continue by bike.
It made me think also of, because one of the other artists we had in our previous studio was Amanda Pina, and she spoke of a rehearsal of an ecology of knowledges, and the notion of rehearsal in that case was also to acknowledge that we will make mistakes, and in these interdisciplinary encounters or attempts to de-hierarchize the relationship between different forms of knowledge, we inevitably get it wrong, and to be how to inhabit that mode of rehearsal, as a sort of as a state of being. You know, not we never get to the final production. We're always in the rehearsal mode. So I appreciate it from that point of view as well.
Yeah, I think it's also very much the idea to deviate from, let's say, the straight line of this imagined river. It's not that we're going to follow just the bike path next to it. I think it's really the idea also to rehearse different ways of being, rather than, outside of like just observing the main construct as it has been proposed to us on the map, for example. So to find, let's say, the queer deviation to the side of the river. I don't know.
Yeah, very exciting. And in a beautiful coincidence, the artists who will join the interspecies inquiry are Margriet Lukács and Per Seinbroer, who will also focus on the Rhine River. So I'm very excited about the mixers to come already. Yeah.
It's going to be a competition.
No. Oh well.
Who is the first in Basel now? We're going to find interconnections between both projects, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very exciting. Questions? Comments?
Around this idea of rehearsal and also the context of the coalition,
and yeah, I guess what I find inspiring about the different works are how duration is built into them, which is also part of artistic research, but also of artistic research around the sea or the ocean. And so I guess my question, I find that it's quite challenging to do research over a period of 5, 6, 7 years on the same project, and manage that also financially, because I guess the art world is so much built onto, you know, there is a project logic, and then they're like, but you already got funding for that project. Anyway, so I guess open question to everyone is how to keep that going. Yeah, I don't know if people have different strategies or, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe that's already also in the Rhine project. I mean, so we're also working a lot on the changing Dutch landscape. I mean, the Dutch landscape will inevitably be completely redesigned, reorganized in the coming 2 to 3 decades through all these, many of these urgencies that we're also discussing today. For example, in one of these projects in which we're doing research, we're like visiting some of these landscapes now and then, and as you say, I feel it's very difficult, like on the long term, to continue to make these connections and to build it into a larger whole. So that's also why we decided to make this journey on the Rhine, to go there with the 5 of us all together in kind of a contained time capsule, and to really do most of the research within this like trip, and to compress it somehow as a strategy. So that's an attempt that we're going to do in trying to overcome this kind of punctual way of doing research. I don't know. Yeah.
But on the other hand, maybe it's also true that I think what maybe we also try to do is that when conversations arise or we collaborate with other people and organizations, we also try to bring it back into conversation with some of the themes that we did before. So like this Time Travelers project, for instance, already has so many different iterations, and then we also try to find moments then for gathering where we bring those pieces together. So in that way, sometimes it's not evident how these long-term questions will evolve, but yeah. How long does Toy exist now?
6 years. But it's kind of also open, how it can continue.
Maybe a question that can go across all 3, or is your experience of how your knowledge is treated in the encounters with other disciplines. So in how you as artists approach listening to oceans, knowing oceans, for example, in relation to oceanographers. How has that encounter been for you? And I'm speaking partly from the bitter experience, shall we say, of some difficult encounters with veterinary scientists where, you know, if you didn't have a hypothesis, what you were doing wasn't research, basically. So how have you found it in the ways that you've been working with scientists, whether it's in oceanography or other fields? Claudine, I don't know, for you.
Yeah, actually, can people hear me? Yeah. Actually, it's been fairly easy. I have an idea, and then I discuss that with my collaborators and tell them what to do. I don't know. What's maybe interesting is that they also like this 3D tangible expression of the data, which is something that, of course, if you're oceanography in itself is a very visual field, so it's nothing new to oceanographers to visualize numbers, but it's definitely different if you can actually hold it and drink coffee from it. So there's like another addition to it. But that's about it. Yeah.
It was interesting to me because I had some collaborations with Flemish Marine Institute quite in the beginning of the process, and I remember one marine biologist when I addressed the relevance of the body in the research, that he kind of turned red in terms of being like, the body? What do you mean? Like, but then in his conversation, it was all about how he finds it like physically difficult to be at sea, and how he becomes seasick, and like what he needs to eat or doesn't need to eat, and so there I felt, okay, so we are getting somewhere. But then, for example, with this conversation that I shared, I feel that there is this kind of, you know, even if this person is, you know, talking about making discoveries and very, very much kind of inhabiting his role as a scientist, I feel there is a amazing kind of erotic relation to the thing that he studies. So I have had both or meetings with people, I think, that have a very hybrid understanding of their, even if they call it their subject matter, let's say, but yeah.
I can share something from a personal perspective. Like in our recent projects on the changing Dutch landscape, I've been struggling with this quite a bit, to be honest. I mean, when you study the landscape, I mean, there's, especially in the Netherlands, there's all these research reports and all these plans and visions made by urban planners. I have, ashamed to admit, also trained as an urban planner myself. So for me, these reports really come as kind of, oh wow, here's the truth that has been researched, and this is how it is, right? And try to put this aside and really understand the landscape on a very different kind of level, and from a maybe very different kind of experience, maybe, for example, a more bodily experience, and also seek truth and understanding in these kind of experiences and ways of knowledge. I mean, for me, that is still a personal struggle, like put the reports aside and really try to understand the landscape in a different way, and also try to work with others in trying to convey different visions on the landscape that are not landscape designs or master plans, for example. I mean, yeah, maybe that's just for me a personal thing that I'm still trying to unlearn and learn, so to say.
Yeah, maybe this Time Travelers project, we've presented it at I don't know, there was one conference where the people from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water passed by like, nice, this is art, this could go really well in a gallery, and then they walked on again, and I was like, okay. But then on the other hand, there were other people from the same ministry who were actually quite moved, and they told me that they wrote songs about the same subject, and then it spoke to them on a very human level. Yeah, so let's see, let's take the time and keep trying, I guess. Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much. We do? Yeah. We better be quick, because we...
Thank you all for your wonderful presentations, for the crash course in your work, Claudine. I really appreciated that. Taking us through to understanding your work and this more theoretical approach. My question's for Mariella. I just wondered about this beautiful performance and taking the sand, like introducing us through that into the ocean waves and the story, just how you thought about sound elements in view of your website, if you kind of organize them this way, just a quick question on the performance.
Sound elements in view of the website?
I think that was too truncated, too fast.
Sorry.
No, just thinking about how you use sound to tell these stories from the knowledge that you're working with, I suppose, or how you organize the elements, or if it's just how you think about the sound elements working with the...
Yeah, so the sound is, let's say, the key practice of the Oceanography Institute, I would say, and the ocean demonstrations are
essentially sonic, not all, but most. And then the what we call polyphonic protocols are then the sonic polyphonies that we invent for the storytelling of these conversations. So, so then there is a kind of, either soundscapes we create by amplifying the sounds of objects and kind of queering them. A lot of it works through kind of translating or creating sounds with very simple means and then kind of translating them into waves and glaciers and, kind of creating environments through sound of objects that are very kind of a chair, a table, etc. And then the scores of the polyphonic protocols are also on the website, and also some of the songs are, which are basically on the one hand tracing the process, from note taking to storytelling, and what happens if we put them parallelly or on top of each other. And but there are the last one, we call it songing, which is basically pick 4 notes and improvise a song on them. There are many that we try to play with. All on simple principles of kind of creating complexity with simple means.
Thank you.
But I could speak more, but let's end it here.
Yeah, I think we need to wrap up and thank all of our speakers very much, and also from the rest of the day. Everybody's very warmly invited to Vox Pop, where we'll have a launch of the second zine from the Climate Imaginaries project, and also the podcast. So do join us there for drinks after this. But thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you.